This time we'll call to order the meeting of October 3rd, 2022. City Attorney, before we move to closed session, is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, there are two items on the closed session agenda. The City Council will discuss pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, and then pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claims.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Motion
Yes.
carries.
So you retired from Fresno, and you're gonna go start over there. Okay. Congratulations. Thank you. Promotion, more money, and a retirement. Maybe another promotion. Depending how many it is. Doing the same thing? Just add the next, like a department head level. A little bit bigger job, just because the county is like 1,500 square miles, Fresno's like 200. So, it's rad.
This time, we're going to call the meeting of October 3rd, 2022 to order. Councilmember Morales, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rick Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Roland Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Dolores Morales,
Here.
Councilmember Tim Burns,
Here.
and Mayor Ignacio Velazquez.
Here.
And I would like to verify that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister regular meeting of October 3rd, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on September 28th, 2022 at 5:40 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you very much.
If we can close in 1 minute.
Thank you. City Attorney, would you please report out from closed session?
Yes, the city council discussed two items in closed session. The first was pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. There's no reportable action on this item. The second item was pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95, a liability claim. The city council voted to deny the claim and authorize staff to send a notice of rejection to the claimant. And that vote was moved by Councilmember Resendez. It was seconded by Councilmember Burns, and then was affirmed by the other council members.
Thank you. Mr. Burns, you had a request to move an item.
Yes, Mayor, please. If the council pleases, I'd like to move items G3, Sunny Slope Water District presentation, and item G4, low interest business loan update, forward, please.
All right, sir, why don't we do that right after?
Excuse me, Mayor. I believe we're thankful that you want to move G4, but we have, I think there are people that were showing up for that item, and they're not here yet. Is that correct?
Okay, well, maybe G3 then, and let's hope it doesn't go till 1 a.m.
All right, we'll do those items after the city manager's report. Is that all right with the council? Okay. We'll now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
A3.
A3. Do we have any from the public?
No, not for the consent agenda, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. 5-0. Now we'll move to item A3.
So my understanding was that we received a memo from council stating that a general plan originally had not passed, and the memo talked about it being passed. I just want to, one, if you can share that, I think it would at least create clarity for people that were here and for the public, and then also any additional information that you might
Yeah,
have.
yeah, I could do that. I was going to cover that in my attorney's report, but I can do that now. So just to clarify, the item on tonight's agenda is to update the ordinance. And so what you're referring to was a general plan amendment, and they were brought together at the September 19th meeting. The ordinance requires a second reading, and so that's why that's coming back today. But they are connected. So I'll just give a summary of what occurred and what we found after. So during the September 19th, 2022 meeting, the City Council met, heard, deliberated, and voted upon a general plan amendment to change how the city views or reviews residential development density from net density to gross density. The government code only requires 3 affirmative votes to adopt a resolution to amend a general plan, but the City of Hollister Municipal Code has a unique additional requirement that requires City Council to initiate general plan amendments, but only in certain cases. So if the City Council or the Planning Commission initiate a general plan amendment, meaning they put it forth, that initiation step requires a 4/5 vote of the council. The municipal code also distinguishes between general plan amendments that are initiated by property owners, city staff, city council, or the planning commission. And so in this case, it was actually a city staff initiated general plan amendment, which doesn't require the initiation step, nor does it require the 4/5 vote by council. And it was, if you want some background about how city staff initiated that general plan amendment, excuse me, it was initially at a planning commission meeting. So the issue was raised by a planning commissioner, and they directed staff to address how to fix this discrepancy in density between the general plan and the city ordinance. And so staff came back to the planning commission with this recommendation that they amend the general plan just to really make it more clear to applicants how density is calculated. And so the planning commission approved that recommendation. That recommendation came to you, the city council. So at that point, you were asked to approve the amendment as opposed to initiate it. And the approval really does only require a 3/5 vote. That wasn't clear at the council meeting to the city attorney that was present because she hadn't attended those previous planning commission meetings like I had. So hopefully that it kind of explains what occurred and why that did pass. And are there any questions?
Go ahead, Mr.
It's a bit confusing, I will admit.
It is, thanks for the clarity. So at the last council meeting where this was presented, the motion failed on a 3-1 vote. So in actuality, it actually passed?
It actually passed.
Okay, so how do we correct that record? And then my sense is this is is this the first rereading or is it the second?
So to confuse matters, the ordinance at the September 19th meeting, that did pass because that in
Right.
all cases requires the 3 affirmative votes.
Right.
And then the general plan amendment, we thought, or at the time, didn't pass. And so the ordinance is coming back today. That's how ordinances pass. They have their first reading and then their second reading. So that's why that's back today. And then.
So what do we do with the coupling part
Right.
that passed but failed on a 3-1 vote?
So the purpose of my presenting this to you today is to correct the record. So, yeah.
Okay, so then how do we bring that back before council?
It's not necessary.
It's
It
not
did
necessary.
pass, yeah.
So it did, and we're just correcting the record?
Yep.
Gotcha,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Can you remind me what the vote was and then who dissented?
I don't know, I wasn't here, if you recall, but
I
Bonnie.
voted no.
3-1.
It was 3-1.
Yeah.
I don't know who the one
Ms.
was
Morales?
personally.
I voted no.
Okay.
And the reason I voted no was because the plan was presented so long ago when I first started. There was 2 elements that were not completed. We've asked for updates other than it's coming. And so there wasn't a presentation of analysis and the impact that this action would take on that. And then there's, to me, it seemed like a push by committee made up of 2 members, the mayor and Roland, that really wanted this to move forward. And it seemed like a sense of urgency. And I really wanted to have an understanding of the impact that it was going to have on the general plan. So that's why I voted no.
Okay. Well,
Are
just
there
for the
any-
record, there was no urgency from my side of it, so I didn't put it up for discussion. So thank you for the update. Do we have any speakers on that item?
Mr. Mayor, I would ask that we do roll call vote, please.
After the public.
Elias Salinas is on Zoom.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I was totally against this, and unfortunately, I was not able to come and speak on September the 19th. And there is an urgency. It's an urgency on behalf of the mayor, in my opinion, because the mayor feels he may. And he was told by staff that this was going to take months for the ordinance to pass with regards to the general plan. So I don't know if there is no urgency, then why did it come forward? Why didn't it come all in one piece together? Because the mayor's trying to meal piece this so that in the event that he loses as mayor, he won't have any more say so what happens with regards to the general plan. And it's too bad that council member Rick Perez was not there so that he could also express his opinions, what was going on with that agenda item last month. But again, I think that the only reason is personal, and it's got nothing to do with the benefit of what's going to happen with the city. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. But just, again, for the record, we'll make sure, again, there's a lot of misinformation that gets thrown out at these meetings, unfortunately. Council had no part in this discussion. It came through the planning commission who brought it forward.
Yeah, I'll reiterate what city attorney said. It was by staff's recommendation to the planning commission, and the planning commission brought it forward because there was some inefficiencies on how it's being presented in our municipal code and ordinances.
Right, I just want to make sure the public understands it's.
Can you clarify, Brett? There was an advisory committee, and I specifically asked, and if Bonnie wants to read the minutes, who made up that committee? And we had the lady in green talk about, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, I apologize.
Erica.
It's Erica.
Erica. Talk about the members of the committee. Would you please elaborate on who the members of the committee are?
So just to clarify how we got to where we are right now, at a planning commission meeting, there was an item before the planning commission. There were several actually. And in that meeting, the planning commission directly asked staff, how are we supposed to calculate density in the city? And in the past, we've either done gross or we've done net, and there's been no consistency. So at that meeting, based on that discussion, the planning commission is the one that directed staff to come back and have a discussion. How should we calculate density? The issue is that in the zoning ordinance, we don't define net. We don't say what net means. It doesn't say what we should eliminate, or do we do a percentage of the site? That's not in there. And then in the general plan, the existing general plan looks at gross and net density of residential development. So there was a lot of confusion going on, and we really just want to consistently apply a standard to all development so a developer knows what we're going to ask them to do, or a developer can easily do it. So that's how we arrived at going forward with gross. The reason also that there's two reasons for gross. One is it's an easier calculation because you're just looking at all the land. Two, it does allow for a higher density on the site, which we've established that we'd like to see more density within the city to have more housing units. And then three, as part of the 2040 general plan, which staff is currently working on, the committee recommended that we go forward in the future with gross to have a consistent way to apply density, one, and an easy way to calculate density. So that's kind of how we arrived at where we were. We didn't just pick gross because it was the easiest. There was a number of reasons. And because the zoning ordinance isn't clear and the general plan looks at it both ways, the planning commission decided we needed to stop that so that we could start approving some of these projects that got held off at that meeting and then keep moving forward with that. The general plan update, though, is underway. Staff is currently working on it.
And who's part of that committee?
I'm not sure who's on the
General Plan Committee?
Correct.
It's myself, Councilmember Resendez, and 3 other individuals, citizens at large, and 2 planning commissioners.
And so that's those were the clarifying questions I asked at the last meeting. said, that made the recommendation to move this forward. And it's part of the minutes. So
Okay.
just to clarify.
Well, again, it was an action by the planning commission, but, Mr. Burns?
Thank you. So, first of all, it's my responsibility, and I accept it, to support staff in this case, as well as the planning commission, because at the end of the day, what I've heard you say, Erica, is it was brought to staff by the planning commission, and I presume it was the planning commission's will for this to be moved forward?
Yes, they opted at that meeting not to move projects forward until we could figure out the density situation. So really, most residential projects are stalled right now till we could come to an agreement on it, and then it get adopted, obviously, by you if you chose to.
Okay. So the one question that was raised behind the scenes that I had access to was there was some concern that CEQA would have to be applied to this actions. Can you speak to that, please?
No. So the environmental impact report that was done for the general plan, that's the existing general plan right now, that final environmental impact report looked at gross. So it studied the numbers on gross. So we're not increasing the numbers that could be built that were studied under it. For some reason, when that general plan was written, it called out a net category, but then it reviewed everything on a gross basis, most likely because they couldn't figure out how to do net, because we didn't have a definition and there's no percentage. So when we looked at the environmental impacts, we calculated at gross. But then in the wording, we said net. That's one of the inconsistencies that we had.
So then, if I understand things correctly here, the staff's recommendation would be in line with and consistent with the CEQA that was done in
Yes.
relation to the general plan, so that's really not an issue or a factor.
Right, this change doesn't increase any of the numbers of units above what was already studied with regards to environmental impacts.
Okay, and we've got projects now stalled
Yes.
because of this quandary we find ourselves in?
Yes.
No, this is a no-brainer for me, thank you.
No? All right, any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion, is there a second?
I'll second with the request of roll call vote, please.
Motion second, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Resendez,
Yes.
Morales,
No.
Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes. Motion carries 4-1. We'll now move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When-
Mayor Velazquez, did you adopt the consent agenda?
Yes. We did.
I
That was original, that was a 5-0 vote, the consent, and then we had one item, A3, that was 4-1.
oh, my apologies. I missed that at the beginning. Just making sure.
So we'll go back to when the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, we do. We have a number of speaker cards. We'll start with Jeanette Garcia Neal.
Hello. Good evening, City Council members, Treasurer, and Mayor, and other people present. My name is Jeanette Neal, and I work at Youth Alliance, and I'm the Parent Education Coordinator. I'm here to provide an update from the Youth Alliance Impact Center. Youth Alliance has tried to make the space that they have that was just office space into space where young people can go and hang out and do things that they can't do anywhere else because there isn't any place else for them to go. And we had some listening sessions, and through those listening sessions with youth and some of our parents, I just wanted to share with you what they've said. Youth have expressed the need to have more mental health supports and accessible appointments with mental health. Youth have expressed the need to have space for educational support and assistance, which means tutoring, like places to go do that and support. Youth and parents have expressed the need to have a space for healing, especially with recent spike in violence and substance use. Youth and parents are in need to have a space with internet access that is reliable and accessible. Recently, we had a parent that was going to join us with a meeting, and you just think that everybody has internet access. And we emailed her a bunch of documents that she could review before she joined us, and she didn't get them because she doesn't have internet. And it just made me really sad, that, and that isn't a big deal, but it is a big deal when it's our children and they're trying to be able to cooperate with what's happening in school. So these are the supports that we outlined, that our Youth Impact Center can help youth and parents in these areas if given the investments to increase capacity and space. Our youth and community have benefited from educational, informational presentations by our youth about substance use, in particular fentanyl. Our community's young people have benefited from having the Youth Impact Center space to speak with peers about the impact of substance use as well. Our youth and families have benefited from having a centrally located hub that is the Youth Alliance Center, where youth can walk to school, walk to their after school, or take public transportation. And it's a place that parents are familiar with. It really is impressive to see the young people planning activities and barbecuing in the back, watching movies. But the problem is that we can only offer it few times a week. Thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Anthony Borelli.
Good evening to all tonight. This is my first time here, so be kind. The reason I'm here is, first of all, I live on Prune Street, 1431. I own and live there. And that particular street between Knight and Nash is pretty rough. And it was planned, I understand, after Sally Street and after Cushman to go ahead and with this project it's about a block between Knight and Nash. And it has to be redone completely. I don't even go there anymore because it has holes in it. It's difficult to drive in, so I back off and go to Park Street and get where I'm going. So the planning commission or engineering I spoke to said that we were going to get it done around August of this year. And recently, I understand that project's been pulled. So nothing's going to be done on Prune Street this year, apparently. We need that to be done because this street is at a point where you can't fix it anymore. I've asked one of the city people years ago to just dump something on there, on that hole, so we don't take out our undercarriage of our car. And he did, but it's gone back to point A again. So we're asking that you go ahead and not pull this project, but go ahead with it, because we're on both sides of it. People on Sally Street and on Cushman all have good roads. They're working on Sally still right now. And it's only not even a block or somewhere in that neighborhood. We ask that you go ahead with this project, not pull it. Because as soon as possible, while you have the money, to go ahead and do it. And we appreciate that I'm able to speak here, and hopefully it'll get done.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I'm a resident. Good afternoon, everybody, first of all. And I'm a resident of Hollister for 20 years. And I'm living at 10 Nash Road. So I'm a neighbor of Tony as well. I'm a first house off of Nash Road, the first one on Prune Street on the north side. I say that because now, after 20 years, that holes are still there. And they're getting worse. It's difficult I go always around because of these holes. And I hope now they're going to get fixed. Another thing that I want to say, I don't want to repeat what Tony already said because it's clear, very clear. But what I want to also say is we need to slow down a little bit the traffic also. I appreciate all the speed bumps on Prune Street. Maybe one more next to my house would be great. I like that. But another danger in fast road is Nash Road. On Nash Road now we have that flashing light now to slow down the car by a Java shop, where you can push it and cross the line. But you still have to watch the cars. No, you have to put really your feet down on the road, make sure now they see you, and point the car, point the light, so they slow down, they stop. But otherwise, they keep going straight. You probably noticed that too. But besides that, they go fast. It would be appreciated now if we can have some on that road, speed meter. They can read the speed of the people and with the underneath of the speed limit of that road, so they are more aware of how fast they go. Because it's becoming danger. In these 20 years, I have 3 cars in my backyard, in my front yard. If you look at the record, if you keep them back, they drove over a sidewalk and they got into in my garden. So there's a lot of traffic. High school is there too, and so anything that we can do to slow down the traffic would be great. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Mia Casey?
Good evening, Council. I'm Mia Casey. I live in Hollister. So I was at the fair all weekend, and I'm happy to report that it was very well attended, especially on Sunday. It was really wonderful to talk with so many people and see all of the children and the events. But then I came home to this, and I read, developers even have a person that has been working with them to build another city, running for mayor. First, we all know Strata Verde is a commercial project, and it has been verified by our county attorneys. There's no housing, and no city. So why continue to lie and gaslight? I've been trying very hard to run a positive campaign. I've no interest in a war of words or slinging mud. I'm more interested in talking about the issues of our city and how best to address challenges. I've been very tolerant of the slander, the accusations, the innuendo for this reason. But now it seems we're graduating from slander to libel. There's a limit even to my patience, and it's been reached. I do not now, nor have I ever, worked for any developer. I've never received a dime from Strata Verde simply because I feel this is an important project that will bring revenue and jobs, and so I advocate for it. It doesn't mean I'm paid to do it. I'm retired, I'm on a pension, and I volunteer my time with the nonprofit I helped to co-found, but you know this. It's a shame that after 10 years in office, a campaign just can't be on the merits and accomplishments, and instead you must resort to fear-mongering, slander, and trying to destroy someone else's reputation. I'll tell you the one thing I heard over and over when I was talking to people at the fair is they're very tired of all of your negativity, and they're really ready for positive change, and so am I.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, I would just remind you that you don't have to accept public comment related to the campaign, that public comment's intended for current city business.
Right, and it's a problem that keeps happening. Thank you.
Elias Salinas on Zoom. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's Elia Salinas. Thank you. So this is not regarding a campaign issue. This is regarding the fact that the mayor consistently berates and states false accusations and gives people the title if they disagree with him. This is not about campaign. All what Mia Casey said right now is absolutely true, and it has been going on for years. It is not because the mayor is in a campaign right now. The mayor is out there speaking, and I keep coming forward and nothing is being done. Councilmember Tim Burns, you stated that you were going to get a legal opinion, and we have yet to get the legal opinion. The mayor is out there claiming that there's going to be a city built on 25. That is absolutely not true. Now, city council members, you continue to sit there and allow him condones his actions that he entirely speaks for the entire city. The mayor is one vote and only one vote. This is not a chartered city. He has no power than any other council member out there. But you not speaking out and telling the mayor to stop, the least you can do is someone should have the courage to put it on a future agenda item to discuss this issue. Is the mayor going to continue to be allowed by the city council to speak on behalf of the entire city, which he should not be? Councilmember Burns, please come up with that legal opinion. If not, the least you can do is request on a city agenda item, that future item, to censure the mayor for speaking on behalf of the entire council. That is the minimum that can be done. If you're not going to come forward and say some kind of claim that whatever he is doing is not legal, representing the entire city, censure him, please. We, the citizens of this community, are tired of his slanderous remarks, his libel remarks, his slanderous, he does it all. He lies, he lies, he lies, and yet you city council members continue to condone his actions. How long do we have to continue? Do we have to continue until November? Because hopefully we will have a new mayor in November? Come on, somebody please show the courage to stand up to the mayor and allow him and to continue to disallow him to bully the people. If you disagree with him, he titles you that you're part of a developer and that you're making all this money. We are citizens, and all we do is we care for our community. We're not making any money whatsoever, but it doesn't stop the mayor from continuing to talk. This, again, nothing to do with campaign. He's campaigning now, but it hasn't stopped. His lies don't stop. He's representing you city council members entirely. Please do something about it.
Thank you, and I think that would count as another campaign issue.
Bullshit.
But I'm going to keep allowing it because I think people should see what's been happening here for too many years.
Susan Logue on Zoom.
Hi, this is Susan Logue, Hollister resident. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, on that note, I'd like to segue into wonderful news about the library. I do appreciate all of you working out there so hard on the city council, and I appreciate our community and their passions and the varied passions we all have. And anyway, I'm a member of the Friends and also with the Coalition for a New Library. And I think most of you have already heard that Nora Conte was able to get 2 wonderful grants for the library. One is 11 million for the Wi-Fi expansion, which is great news. That's going to be for the whole county. And in spending it, I know Nora's been talking to local schools and districts. Youth Alliance should be involved with that. I know it is. And LULAC and many other city organizations should be contacting the library to get the Chromebooks. They're going to have 10,000 Chromebooks and 10,000 hotspots. So just really good news about trying to get Wi-Fi out there to our county. Also, in regards to the 99 million, another round of applause. That's for the library's expansion and renovation, basically trying to give us more room. And that's been very exciting. The Friends received a $20,000 grant from Monterey Peninsula Foundation in order to kind of help with all this and just assist the county as they're doing so much of the support here with us. I believe there'll be a matching grant eventually of $5 million, I think, from the, I'm not sure if it's called a grant, but anyway, just really good news. And I just wanted to share that with everybody and be sure to get down to the library and see what's going on. It's very exciting. We have a wonderful teen area that's been really expanding. So we have kids coming after school from the high school and hanging out. Oh yeah, you should see them. I saw them today. And they were having a grand time. And then meanwhile, we have families with little kids, you know, on the other side of the library. So it really is really interactive and wonderful to see. Homework club we're doing every Tuesday and Thursday from 3:30 to 5. And that's 4 volunteers who are, half of us are retired teachers. And then one of the library staffers, Norma, who's bilingual. So come on down and see us at the National Friends of Libraries Week. Will be October 17th to October 21st. And we'll be having special drawings from 9:30 to 11 in the morning and 3:30 to 5 in the afternoon. That's October 17th to the 21st. Hope to see you there. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That was our last public speaker, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now go to City Manager's report.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to report right now, it's on the speed humps. So we have about 30+ locations being reviewed for those speed humps, and staff is waiting for that report to be done, and then more speed humps will be put in throughout the city. So that was all I have to report for right now.
Thank you very much.
And then for D2, I will say majority of the city went through harassment training with our city attorneys, and the rest of the staff will be waiting for a makeup day, and we've been doing it all live, so it's perfect. I appreciate that.
Thank you. We'll now move to item G3.
Still me. So Drew Lander from Sunny Slope. Drew didn't know that we moved him forward, so he's excited because he's got a family engagement he would like to get to, so I'm sure he'll be very excited to move this along quickly. So Drew Lander from Sunny Slope will be presenting on their interaction with Galvin College Extension, and also talk about Sunny Slope Water District, and we'll be here for any questions that you may have. So please come up, Drew. So Paul, you have his presentation.
Thank you. I do appreciate you moving me up. It's a good thing I showed up on time. I was thinking I'd stay in my office longer. So thank you. Good evening, Mayor Velasquez, as well as the council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. I am the general manager for Sunny Slope. I also bring the greetings of our board of directors and our board president, and I thank you for allowing me to be here. Oh, okay. All right. Perfect. Yeah. Mine never works. Let's see yours. Yeah, perfect. All right. I'll try to make this brief, but it's a really important topic. It's something that I've been working on for over a year. We're trying to resolve some items with LAFCO, which I think are really important. I came to be here in Hollister. I am a proponent of LAFCO. I think LAFCO has a really important role to play. And so I worked very closely with Bill Nicholson. I was sorry to see him retire from working here. I enjoyed working with him. But recently, what we were working on is ways to improve and support LAFCO mandates, those being promoting orderly development and also ensuring residents have a clear representation. Also, we've been working on attempting to clarify and improve some, basically the MOU or past well-intentioned agreements between the city and Sunny Slope that really had unintended consequences. Working with my board has given me a very clear directive to actively seek solutions for, I'll go to my slide, to actively, let's see, hold on a second. Yep, there we go. To actively seek solutions for greater water and wastewater resilience within the district. And one of the ways that we would like to move forward with that, and I'm here to ask for the council's direction, to give the city manager direction to work with me to develop a sewer capacity purchase agreement. This is really emphasizing the urban area wastewater management plan, taking advantage of that very detailed and well produced document. But what I'm looking to do is utilize the city plant as a regional plant so that Sunny Slope does not have the reason or need to anticipate or attempt to do additional capacity enlargement of our plant or anywhere else within our district or hopefully within the county. So really the goal is to increase, we want to increase water recycling under the urban area wastewater management plan. We're trying to seek for cost reductions and really improve the sewer and wastewater treatment. So what we have is, let's see here. Okay, the solutions that we're after here by asking you to direct the city manager to develop that contract. And once again, this would be giving him direction to develop a contract. It's not approving a contract tonight. We would be coming back, of course, to both the council as well as my own board to ratify that contract. But what the community solutions we're after is, first of all and foremost, is to help solve the Gavilan College extension issue. I know Gavilan College has mentioned that they would like to they have to move forward or they will lose their funding. It is something that I think the community has voted for. Bonds have been paid. People have been expecting and hoping for that to be constructed to really for their children, for their posterity. And one of the issues that we have is if the college moves forward with a septic system, that would not be really keeping with the wastewater management plan for the area. That's one part. And I think a septic system was really a waste of the taxpayer money. The taxpayer money should really be going towards the buildings, towards the improvements. So if Gavilan College goes forward, they have on-site and off-site improvements that have to be made, and so they have a partnership with the Fairview Corners development. This is something that's been in the works for many years. In the contract, what I'm looking for is to have sewer service provided for the college and for the developments that have will serve letters with Sunny Slope already, which is Fairview Corners and the Lee development. If we could clear those off of the table, I'm working towards giving the city the authorization, or not the authorization, but giving the city really the future ability to control development outside of the city limits or within Sunny Slope. Because if we can develop that that contract, then Sunny Slope would not be able to issue will serve letters without direct approval from the city. It would clear up the MOU. It essentially does away with that. Since we're not following it anyway, that's what we're trying to clear up. But the developer, if in allowing Gavilan College to move forward, they need the offsite improvements. Okay, those offsite improvements are millions of dollars, and once again, that's coming from somewhere another location. It's not coming from the funds of the college. So it's really important that goes forward. I'm trying to improve the city sewer plant utilization. My background is water and wastewater, and I understand that the closer you get to a capacity of a plant, the more efficient it is. We need to include the Cielo Vista subdivision so that we can pass that sewer through. It was planned. The developer adjacent to them have stubbed out a line, and in reality, Cielo Vista, without Cielo Vista, there's no way to get the college into the city plant. So what I'm asking for in this contract is a very small amount of capacity of the plant. We're talking about 1.75% of what the plant is capable of doing, and yet it has a very significant impact on improving the community with the college. And I understand there is going to be the existing developments that have been approved. They will continue to move forward. But what we can do with this agreement is then we can essentially clear the slate of these contentious developments, and then be able to move forward with a clear expectation of all future developers that might come out there along Fairview. So they will know, I can't do this unless additional capacity is sold to Sunny Slope, and if we can't obtain that from the city, then there will be no development. And my board is very they're in agreement with that, and we're willing to extend that to the city. So what that will mean is that with LAFCO, we'll finish an agreement with LAFCO that really clearly defines what Sunny Slope does. We are very good at what we do. We're very good at water treatment. We're very good at water distribution. We're very good at sewer treatment. We're very good at sewer collection. And so we hope to save this. I think this is important. We're going to save the city money and thousands of dollars if we can work together and partner, not only through this, but moving forward with some other improvements that I'd like to do. But the last thing I have on this slide is consolidate treatment plants. Ultimately, I think it would be advantageous for the community, for both the city and Sunny Slope, if we could consolidate treatment plants. That will bring existing, not new development, existing development into the city capacity. It will pay for more of the cost of running that plant, and will improve the water treatment in the area. So my last slide here is future community benefits. I hope to resolve the Gavilan College sewer connection needs in an orderly way. I ask for a template for resolution of the LAFCO concerns by getting this contract. That means that with that template, we could conceivably have all sewer service outside of the city limits delegated back to Sunny Slope, so that we can do the sewer collection on that, and that Sunny Slope provides sewer collection and the city will provide treatment. Is a very common contract, a very common model throughout the peninsula. So I think this contract, if we can move forward with it, will strengthen Sunny Slope and the city of Hollister cooperation. It'll provide the city with clear authority to grant or deny future sewer service requests outside of the city limits for Sunny Slope. We will not try to expand Ridgemark or move forward with those extensions. And I think utilizing the treatment plant as a regional plant will help strengthen the cause with the state regional board as well. Is that the regional board can right now, if somebody wanted to come in and ask for a packaged sewer treatment plant, they could conceivably do that. If we treat the city as our regional plant under the urban area wastewater management plan, then then that really closes the door on those types of package plants and really gives more strength to not only our plan, but to operating the city plant in that way. And I have many other things that I'd like to share here, but I want to leave you with, I think this is a really good step. It can be a great partnering tool between the city and Sunny Slope. It will save money, and it will do what the public deserves in helping to get Gavilan College built without the expenditure of taxpayer money in a way that really it shouldn't be spent. That is my presentation. Like I said, I can usually talk forever, but I will refrain from doing that. So please, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Drew, it's no secret that I support the Gavilan piece. One of my concerns was, though, that it's my understanding that there are two potential other developments that are going to go in that same general vicinity. Your proposal, how would that factor in those future subdivision development sites?
Okay. Well, I am, with this request, what I would like to do is obtain enough capacity to add those developments. The reason being is because they have been in the works for many years, which in orderly development, in that once a developer has come in and you've given direction and you have the ability to do something, I think it's disingenuous for a public agency to then renege on that agreement later on. The Gavilan College must have the Fairview Corners development, and also, if we can, the Cielo Vista development that's already existing homes. So those, Cielo Vista is already a group of existing homes, but they need those in order to get connected. If they don't have that, I don't think Gavilan College could pony up the millions of dollars it's going to take to make that connection happen. They could, but it would be a waste of taxpayer money.
Okay. With regard to, Mr. Miller, with regard to the water treatment plant operating as a regional plant, we're already providing some sewer capacity or wastewater capacity for San Juan Bautista, correct? That's in the works right now?
That is in the works, correct.
Right.
And there are different communities that we are treating their wastewater also.
Okay, so we are kind of a regional destination for wastewater already?
Correct.
What are your thoughts in regards to Drew's proposal?
Well, I mean, my feeling is always we do have LAFCO rules for a reason. This is sort of a kind of a backdoor way of doing it. How he's talking about, I would like to see it done through the normal process, because like I said, it is a regional plant. If you want to utilize our facilities, that should be the property should be annexed into our community. That's why we get the CFDs in, for the future. Also, we're not creating future islands. That's my concern, is as we keep expanding around these different lands without them being part of the city, it's going to create a fiscal difference between a community that maybe gets annexed in at a later date because it was LAFCO forced us to annex that without a CFD, and you're going to have neighbors next to it that are paying, it could be thousands of dollars more than other neighborhoods. So to keep it a regional plan, those properties should be annexed into our city.
Okay, thanks for your position on that. I appreciate that. Drew, what is LAFCO's position on this?
Working with Bill Nicholson, he was in favor of this agreement, that it does resolve the LAFCO issues that he has outstanding. I would agree, I do agree with Mr. Miller that annexation is definitely the way to do that, since the plant is within the city boundaries. But I also am following the urban area wastewater management plan was the essentially the backbone of the EIR for the plant. So the plant that is built to provide sewer for that whole area. And once again, in beginning this contract, we then are essentially contracted with the city to not allow additional development without agreement that, so the city conceivably could say, in the next so many years, this is where we intend to allocate our capacity, and we only have so much for anything outside of the city boundary, and so therefore we can or cannot grant additional development. And that, you know, that, once again, this is essentially the olive branch to make that happen.
So then how do we bridge the concern of Mr. Miller that we may have some city residents that, I thought I heard him say could be paying thousands of dollars more. Did I hear that right?
Well, if you, let's say sooner or later, Hollister will be across Fairview Road. Then you'll have citizens that are in Santana Ranch. Let's say that gets forced into the city. They're not paying the CFD of the city's CFDs, or the properties around Gavilan College, if those, the way that Drew's proposing. But if we do a piece of property around those areas, they'll be paying the CFDs compared to the lands that are not paying them.
Right. Okay. So we solved one problem, but it sounds like we're creating another potential problem for ourselves. And so I don't know. I'm supportive of you moving forward with a proposal. I'm not really open to providing services to subdivisions that were part of the concern that led to a mixed vote when the college came to us. And so for me, I'd like to make this a win-win. I don't know if you have that capability, but
couldn't a development contract essentially, you know, for essentially authorization of services, you know, be extended to these developments, that they, you know, they when annexed, they pay certain fees associated with that? I mean, I've done those when I was in Napa. We did that. We did that with developments that at this time you are not annexed, but when you are annexed, you will pay these fees.
So I think that's probably a city legal or city manager question. That's way beyond my skill set or knowledge. So, but I would like to see a win-win.
Okay.
I would like to see where this goes. I'm definitely open to it. And so thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I think you have some great ideas. I'd just like to see it refined to address some of my concerns for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'll make some comments, Drew. This is not really about Gavilan College. So let's start there by being honest about it. This is about development, getting sewer service. Gavilan College is going to start construction. They're about ready to go, and they're going to use the septic system. This is about providing hundreds and hundreds of homes sewer service across Fairview. So let's step back and understand some of the history here. Cielo Vista, they wanted no part of Hollister. Nothing. They created their own plant. Now they're in trouble because it's failing and it's going to cost millions of dollars to fix it. Now they want to be part of Hollister's sewer treatment plant. Conveniently, that just crosses the road and links into hundreds and hundreds of new homes. Sunny Slope, water, years ago, you weren't here, so I'm not going to put it on you, had the opportunity to be a partner with Hollister for the new treatment plant. They decided they were going to bail on that idea because they didn't want to be part of the deal. The residents of Hollister ended up picking up the tab for a $120 million treatment plant, which they paid down by half already. Now we have everybody that wants to become a partner. Where's the $60 million to give back to our residents for our new partners? This is not fair. It's wrong. LAFCO, and you know, I learned a lot of things over the years with LAFCO, and what I learned that really started frustrating me and really got me angry about development, because I wasn't against development in the past until I found out all the things we were doing wrong in this community. Basically breaking the law over and over again so that more and more developments could be approved with the wink of an eye. And we all knew it. I can remember one meeting where it was very clear that what was happening was breaking the law, but several members decided, well, if we do it this way, we're not really breaking the law. We're just kind of going around, just point out the back door of these things. I can remember going into the conversations about our general plan update and people being amazed that a project the size of Santana Ranch was approved back there and wondered how the world it was ever approved. There's a point where we have to understand that sprawl is just not a good thing, but smart planning is. That's what this general plan was all about, to make sure we did not keep having this sprawl. Ask anybody that lives in the area how they enjoy driving down Sunny Slope now, or how much they enjoy driving down Fairview. It is absolutely out of control. And what I'm hearing here is, well, let's find a way around the laws again so we can get several hundred more homes built. Not hundreds. Let's talk realities. There's a quest to build thousands of homes over there in that area. We all know it. And every time we talk about it, everybody says the same thing. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm not blaming you or pointing to you, because you probably don't know. I just happen to be around long enough to have heard these conversations and know what's really going on. We cannot continue making the same exact mistakes and expect our community to be better for it. What we can do is learn from our mistakes so we don't repeat them. We are not in that position right now to say, here, have sewer service, build your hundreds of homes, and we'll figure this out later. City manager talked about islands in our community and the problems. Well, those islands, those residents, they don't even realize they're not even in the city, because they call us all the time complaining about their issues, which we can't help them address. That's bad planning. And we just need to stop. Now, Mr. Nicholson, I really was one of the best things that happened to our local LAFCO. But even him, he was frustrated at how often this community looks for ways to get around the rules. And quite frankly, he didn't want to be part of it any longer. And that is not how we should run our community. We just shouldn't. What we should do is listen to our community and understand we're in trouble and it's going to get worse if we keep doing these things. Not find ways, or again, I'm a Gavilan College graduate. I love Gavilan College. But I don't want you to come in here and say this is about Gavilan College getting service. That's not what it's about. It's about hundreds of homes getting sewer service. That's what it's about. Gavilan College will be built there. I'd rather have them downtown, but they will build their 6 classrooms there. But let's not mix it up, because it really offends me. Thank you.
If I could respond to some of that later, but I'll listen.
If you'd like to respond now, my comments are completely different.
Well, I would just say, I do hear what you're saying. I can say that from my point of view, it is not about the development. I mean, that's what, you can say it. But I would say I do agree with your point that there have been errors made, not only in city planning, but in the Cielo Vista, in even Ridgemark. But I'm not going to hold the sins of my fathers against good planning, good future. I really am here to try to correct those things. And as I said, there were errors made in LAFCO. I support LAFCO. I wasn't here to continue. The same with Bill. I wanted to improve that. I am in no way going around or skirting the rules. What I'm proposing is a solution that does follow the rules, but I do understand your concerns.
Again, I'm going to say this. I'm not saying you are.
Right.
And you're right. The past serious mistakes were made. But why in the world would we do it again, knowing those mistakes were made? We can't handle more traffic, more impacts from that area. We're suffering now as a community. And we all knew it before it ever happened. And again, I'm not pointing at you for this,
Right.
but those that were around, because I had long, hard arguments about it, know exactly what I'm talking about. And they all say the same thing. Well, how did we know that was going to happen? Well, no, they knew.
Yeah.
They knew because I made sure they knew. But we can't, what we shouldn't do anymore is deny the truth. That's what we shouldn't be doing.
So why not set development impact fees to where they address the concerns of the public, and therefore development either results in solving those problems or they don't develop?
You know what we did? We worked on a new general plan that would handle this, which we're trying to get approved. And there's people that don't like it because it's actually cracking down on some of this to make sure it makes more sense of our future growth. Doesn't mean we stop growth at all. It just means that we plan much, much better for it, and we don't do these things any longer because they have a heavy impact on our community. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. Actually, I did a lot of research when Gavilan College first came to City Council. I think just because we lacked a lot of information in the staff reports, and there was completely different viewpoints depending on who you talk to. So I had an opportunity to interview 12 different people, various perspectives and subject matter experts. In addition, I was fortunate to receive a lot of different reports that talked about water, sewer, impact on the environment, traffic. And so what I learned was that, one, we definitely desperately need Gavilan College here in San Benito County. We're thankful that the bond measure was passed and we have the funds allocated for our community to have higher education and for our young families to access higher education without having to go to San Jose State or Stanford or anywhere else, that we have a really good school in our backyard. The other thing that it's going to allow, the reports and the recommendations was that hooking up to the sewer is really important, not only to the cost of the project, but also to the environment. And that the college would be the only one in the entire state of California that would have a septic tank. And that would create a lot of different problems, again, not only to the environment, but the cost and the ongoing cost, and then the future problems that it's going to have. So we know that it's going to create a problem. And, I think, as you mentioned, being a collaborative partner, identifying the needs of the community and looking at the community first is what I think the city council should really prioritize. I think in addition to the college, that will also have jobs and opportunity for not only an education, but the opportunity to have apprenticeship programs, to be able to have, again, access to a lot of the resources that we need, because a college not only brings that education, it also brings the mental health resources, substance abuse, a lot of different programs specifically designed for foster youth, justice involved youth, and just provides an additional safety net, which our county desperately needs in addition to the city of Hollister. It's also not going to create more traffic. It's going to reduce the traffic because there's going to be less people on the road trying to, again, we have a very young community in the city of Hollister and San Benito County that have to commute. I believe from the last report or the last general plan, it was 68% of folks have to commute out, not only for work, but education, and even to do some of the major shopping. So it will help not completely eliminate traffic, but it will help alleviate traffic. So I understand that these other developments are going to contribute to some of the infrastructure costs that are needed for Gavilan. So that was part of my understanding in talking as to why this is more of a bundled approach instead of solely just Gavilan College, that there's a need for things to be moved forward. So I appreciate the fact that your board has considered looking at problem solving, to be able to look at the issues, to be able to incorporate some of the concerns that the city council's had in terms of making decisions in the future about future development and growth, that this is a collaborative effort, identifying every single pain point that you've heard over the last year in a variety of different committees through the county, through LAFCO, and I appreciate the presentation. I hope City Council approves or provides direction to the city manager to work with you on an agreement.
Councilmember Sentis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an honest question, and I think I've asked it before, but I guess it's going to go to city attorney, city manager, clerk. So the councilwoman who just spoke has taken money from the developer, his wife, his kids. Speaking of bundling, so they're finding ways to funnel money to political candidates. They've also given money to the person who was speaking up here earlier, the mayoral candidate. This is an honest to God question. Do we have a policy in place that puts some type of time constraint on a person taking part in a discussion or in a vote when they've received a financial contribution from somebody like Mr. Lee to this person when there's a campaign contribution?
I mean, there are instances in which a council member needs to recuse themselves from votes. It is that council member's responsibility to do that. Not knowing the specific circumstances, I'm not going to say
And then that
what
would be my
happen in this
second
situation.
question. Don't they have an ethical responsibility to disclose that information to the public before taking part in discussion?
Well, we're talking about votes. I'm talking about taking a vote. I don't think there's any preclusion from discussing a topic,
Okay.
especially in this context where there's no decision being made and it's just an open discussion giving direction to staff.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to make one other point clear. I heard the conversation again about higher learning and Gavilan College. As I said, I loved my time at Gavilan College. I really did. It led me on to get my bachelor's degree and then my master's degree. But here's the reality. We're talking about 6 classrooms, 2 more additional rooms that could be used for classrooms. We have 4 classrooms here that will be closed. So it doesn't change traffic patterns, it just changes locations. And unfortunately, everyone knows, I see some Gavilan College people here, it's an important college to have in town. I'm not against having the college. I'm just against hearing the college being used as the reason to provide service, because it's not. And I just ask everybody, look, I don't care if you're for more growth, just say it. You know, I don't care if you're taking money from developers, just say it. Let's just we can start from an honest point so we can kind of work out some of these things. I'm just giving you my view from the time I've been here and the impacts I've seen and that I warned about, to see this thing explode in our face and then wanting more for it or more of it. It's just, for me, these things absolutely don't make sense. And again, I'll thank Mr. Nicholson for educating this community about the laws and how it's done correctly, because they were being violated here for years and years and years. This is how we got in these situations.
I can't say I'm here as a public servant. I've taken no money from anyone
know,
or developers.
Drew, I know.
So,
And I keep.
yeah.
If you notice, I've said this many, many times, Drew. I'm not going to blame you because you weren't here. You weren't involved in any of these crazy things that were going on. So I want to make sure the public understands that. Okay, I'm just talking about the past, and I do appreciate your professionalism that you've shown since you've been here, but I don't like this kind of a deal. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, we don't, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
So we're looking for direction?
Yes, please.
I say to move forward and have the talks go forward. Go forward.
I'm going to say, I think I said it pretty clearly. I'm not for more of this.
I'm definitely not for it.
I am with reservations.
Thank you, council.
Okay. Thank you. We will now go back to item E1, public hearing. I think are they here now?
Daisy, is everybody here? No.
No. I thought you said put them in the back. They weren't here. Okay, no problem. We'll go to E1.
Go ahead, Jamel.
Good evening, council and members of the public. Tonight, the City of Hollister will conduct a public hearing and consider public comment for the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program grant. The PLHA grant is a result of the 2017 Building Homes and Jobs Act, which establishes a $75 recording fee on real estate documents to increase the supply of affordable homes and address homelessness in local communities. The purpose of the PLHA grant is to develop a 5-year action plan specifically related to eligible activities. This is the third round of funding, and the City of Hollister will be applying for this and the 2 previous rounds. The City of Hollister is eligible to approximately $180,000 for the first year, approximately $280,000 for the second year, and approximately $290,000 for the third year, for a total of approximately $750,000. The City of Hollister must apply this year for grant funding or it will lose its first year allocation. The next 2 years, years 4 and 5, the eligible grant amount is unknown because it is based on the previous year of collected recording fees. The State Housing and Community Development estimate the city will receive an estimated amount of $1.1 million for the entire full 5-year grant. It's important to note with the PLHA grant, city jurisdictions do have the option to delegate their entire grant amount to the county to administer the funding and programs. After discussions with San Benito County and the City of San Juan Bautista, the San Benito County Health and Human Services Agency, their staff sought to not advance discussions of combining the grant resources to their board. Therefore, each jurisdiction will apply and manage their grant allocation separately. Examples of eligible grant activities include pre-development, development, acquisition, rehabilitation, and preservation of affordable units, down payment assistance programs, incentives for affordable projects, and assisting persons who are experiencing homelessness. Upon review of the eligible activities, staff recommend the primary use of the funds for Activity 6, which is assisting persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. The application must illustrate how the funds will be used for each year for the projected 5-year plan. Staff recommend providing approximately $55,000 per year to the nonprofit MAS House for operational expenses of the temporary shelter, including support for an on-site case manager. MAS House provides 24/7 operations to shelter and assist women and children who are victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, or human trafficking. Additionally, staff recommend providing approximately $70,000 per year to the Home Resource Center, specifically Community Homeless Solutions, who currently operate the emergency shelter. The funding directed to Community Homeless Solutions will support an on-site case manager to provide client service action plans, providing referral services, and monitoring their clients' progress to all shelter participants. The role does coordinate with HMIS, which directs and manages the need of community members and tracks the services that the clients are receiving. Additionally, staff recommend providing approximately $130,000 per year to establish a City of Hollister Support Services Assistant. The role of the Support Service Assistant will be to track, monitor, and manage the progress of grants, in addition to working on other grants associated with housing, and also to work with the consultant to advance and secure future grant opportunities. The Support Services Assistant will ensure each provider is meeting the contractual deliverables through monthly reports. The Support Services Assistant will also assist with other eligible grant activities, such as assisting with development, rehabilitation, and preservation of affordable units. Following this public hearing, staff will complete the application, or what is known as the 5-year plan. It will provide a resolution and a contract MOU for review at the October 17th City Council meeting. And then lastly, the application is due October 31st to the State Housing and Community Development. At this time, staff requests the council to open public hearing for public comment and then provide staff directional support to the PLHA grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council first? Hearing none, we'll now open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mayor, we do. Mark Brenner.
I've been with the HRC for almost 3 months now, and it's a very good organization. They're helping people. There are a lot of people there that probably need other facility help, but the people that are there, we all get along, and we're all trying to do better. We're all trying to find permanent housing, and the organization is helping us. And that's about all I got to say.
Thank you, Mark.
I just want to stand up for them.
Thank you, sir.
Daniel Banderas.
My name is Daniel Banderas. I'm here to speak on their behalf as well. So the funding for more staff work, we know they're definitely understaffed. They have up to 50 residents at a time, men and women. We all know our community is dealing with a lot of homeless issues, and they're only given 90 days, 3 months to stay at the shelter. So they need to find alternate routes to benefit them, to get them out of the shelter and into permanent living. And the staff that they have right now is an amazing staff, but they're very understaffed. They need more resources that could help the people, accomplish their needs and their goals. And instead of after those 90 days where they tap out of the resources, then they get put back into the streets because we don't have no other resources to rely on. And it's just gonna create a big loop of people going back into the shelter, going back into the streets. And we see it all the time going through our community, how many homeless people are out there. And it's not that we don't have the resources, we don't have the staff to take care of all the problems that are going on. They're working like crazy. I know. I give them all the credit for doing what they do because, it's beyond their job title. I just came to show support for them and put in a word for them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bender.
Lisa Lee.
Hello, my name is Lisa Lee. I have been at the shelter long as anybody there. I've been there a long time. And I'm kind of an outlier in the fact that I have stayed there a long time because I really didn't have any place else to go. And my financial matters, the way I've handled things in my life has been mediocre to poor. And I guess when it comes down to it, the staff there, the people who are running the place and have run it along the way, it has had mixed times in the past, they're doing their best. They're doing their very best. It's a kind group of people who are working to make people be able to, deal with the issues that happen with homelessness and, the outlier issues, the things that people do that get them homeless, and the problems that have in getting back into the world, in a manner of speaking. And I guess for me, I would rather see them be able to do what they need to do without limitations, without a massive amount of limitations, because when they can do what they need to do, they can, in a manner of speaking, move mountains, even if it's little ones at times. So, anyway, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Good evening.
Eve Mata.
Good evening, City Council.
Eve Moth. I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional after hearing that. I'm the program manager for the Home Resource Center, and I'm really, really touched by what I heard here today. The reason I'm here is also for the speaking on the grant. I was just kind of hoping that we would get a little bit more. You know, I know that Jamila did the best she could as far as funding for another case manager, but like you hear, we do need so much more. And the vision here is to have wraparound services so that our in-house community doesn't have to go outside to other agencies where they have to tell their story once again and do it more, because it can just become so overwhelming just having to tell one person, much less 5 different other people, you know. So Jamila and I just had a little conversation very quickly, you know, while you guys were doing your thing, but just a little one. And we were talking about operations, and you know, we're working on the minimal. We are funded. I'm sure, Mr. Mayor, you know that what our grant is, and we're working on a 16 an hour a day grant when we're running 24/7, and we're providing 3 meals a day plus snacks, and you know, all this other these other things. So I feel like we're not asking for much to be able to keep ourselves running so that our unhoused community is being served in the best way that they can be served, with compassion. And I'm sorry if I'm getting emotional. But again, like I said, it was very nice to hear what they had to say. And I'm very passionate about my job and what we do. And I just wish that we could do a lot more with a lot more support. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Probably going to mess up this name. Edgar Castellanos.
Hey, how you guys doing? My name is Edgar, and I'm a shelter monitor here at the Homeland Community Center. And I see the need. I've been here for 7 months, and I see the need that the people need, because these people are coming from the streets. They have no idea where to start. You know, they've been so far gone from being a part of the community, being a productive member of society, that they need help. They need guidance, and we need the resources, and we need the people there that are going to focus on doing that for them. You know, and that's the reason why we need more case managers. Us as staff members, we can only do so much. We're only overlooking the facility, but there needs to be more in-depth time spending with these guests in order to get to where they got to go. And you know, we're dealing here with people that are from our community. You know, parents, sons, daughters. You know, some of them might be relatives to us. You know, they need help, and we're really limited. We're really limited with what we can do for them. And what we're really trying to do is, it's like she said, like Eve said, we're trying to wrap it all around in one place, you know, and the more case managers we have, the more we can do for them. And we have an expand of 3 months to try to do what we have to do. Right now we're dealing with one person that's trying to deal with 50 people, you know, and she's trying her best, and we just need more help, and we need the funding for it. You know, that's the only way we could do it. And like she mentioned, we're a 24-hour shelter. You know, we're no longer just 16 hours. And I find myself doing a lot, you know, giving a lot of my time, because, you know, there's a burden in my heart to be able to help people. You know, I've been there. I come from homelessness. I come from drug addiction. I overcame it. You know, thanks to God, I'm here today, you know, and I just want to see these people succeed. You know, the way that I was able to do it, I know they can do it too. You know, they can find a home, they can find employment, they can gather back up with their family, with their children, with their parents. And in order for us to do that, we need more help. We need case managers. And for that, we need funding. You know, so right now we're in a skeleton crew. However, we're trying our best. We're giving all we can. Some of us just donate our time just to come and help, you know, because the funding, you know, we can't do overtime. You know, I find myself working sometimes 7 days a week, you know, to try to help these people. And it's something that needs to be addressed, something that we need to do, because it's our community, it's our people. Like I said, some of these people are our family members, you know, our children, our grandchildren, or some even grandparents. We have people that have to get disability, that they need a place like in a senior home, or some even need to go to rehab, You know, so we want to try to be able to network with all the resources in our community to be able to help these people. You know, so with that being said, you know, yeah, just take that in consideration. You know, and we're just trying to help the community. You know, there's just a burden in my heart to do it so because I come from that. You know, and this place is a great place to be able to do that. However, we are really short-staffed, and not only staff, but we don't have case managers. Case managers are going to focus on getting them employment and homes and get them to where they got to go.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jonathan Casey has his hand raised on Zoom.
Hi, City Council. My name's Jonathan Casey. I'm with the Housing Advisory Committee with the county. I will just disclose that. I strongly support the grant request and the allocation of the dollars as presented. I do wish we were able to coordinate a little bit better with the county and San Juan Bautista, and I hope those discussions continue. I read recently that we have people that have missed meals. It's estimated at 1.7 million in 2021, I believe, missed at least one meal a day. That's just an amazing number if you think about it. It's staggering to me. I would urge the council to apply for the grant and continue to look for additional grants to support the city's homeless and those under the threat of becoming homeless. Thank you to the staff and especially to those who spoke that are actually living in the shelters, because it's really important to see the faces of those that we can help. And I strongly appreciate you coming tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the speakers we have.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public hearing. Is there any questions or comments from the council? Go ahead, sir.
First of all, I want to commend you. Well, I've known most of you guys for a lot of years, but you know, to get up here and to share your heart and your story, that means you're on the road to recovery. Don't give up. Keep it up. The next right step, you guys will make it. I did. Thank your staff for helping all our hurting residents. You know, a lot of times we see people that are out there and they don't look so good. You know what? What I see people hurting. People hurting. And what you guys do is help them not to hurt, to come deal with all that stuff. And it takes a whole team, not just you, but the mental health, and hopefully we'll get some help over there too and all these other things. But I commend you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments?
I just had some questions. So, is there a priority in terms of what additional resources? Do we have a dollar amount associated with those priorities? And if you can rank, like, what would be the top, 2 items if you had a wish list or an absolute need? What would they be?
So in terms of priorities, it was really discussions with both participants, Amaya's House and Community Homeless Solutions, and the needs that the city of Hollister would have as well. So both indicated that case management was the biggest priority, and something that with the amounts that we do have allocated for the city of Hollister, that we could be able to fund both a case manager for Amaya's House and the Community Homeless Solutions, while also being able to have a City of Hollister staff member to be able to manage that and ensure that we are tracking things correctly.
Cost?
With benefits, at the lowest was $130,000 annually for the city staff, if that was your question, sorry.
Is that for this?
That would be for city staff.
Okay.
For case manager.
And then the other estimates were respectively with insurance or with their benefits as well.
Okay. So 130,000. Do we have funds to be able to provide an additional case management person?
Not with, the staff is trying to maximize the dollar amount with the grant. So, I'll let David answer those too.
Thank you, Council.
And I do have experience with this grant in my prior employment. And so what that position would be for on the city side, that's the fully loaded cost. It is for the oversight. We've heard many times of not only contracting, but monitoring, providing reporting, ensuring that deliverables are met, as well as growing the capacity of the city staff to work with our grant consultant to try to bring in additional dollars into the city. So in looking at this, you have the case manager side on both groups. So those allocations, the 55 and the 70,000, pretty much respective of those costs, and then rounding out with the staff costs as well on the city side.
So for a case manager from the CBO perspective, what would be the cost? Because, well, I understand, and we do have like a consultant. We have yourself. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the city. There are costs to build capacity, and that's a long-term solution.
Mm-hmm.
And I did see, thank you for the register of all the grants that were applied. Thank you again for that. But building capacity is one thing, and then providing direct services is another thing. What would be the cost associated with providing direct services?
The direct services would be 125,000.
Okay. So we have the capacity to administer the grant administration process, which is contract compliance, audit, reporting or communication strategy associated with maintaining and the current grants, and then securing additional funds, but then would be able to allocate 120 to be able to support additional direct services to our residents.
That's correct. And this grant is really a first of a ongoing funding stream that the city, you know, as Jamila indicated, we did have other talks of looking at how do we partner more. With these dollars, they are on recording fees, $75 a transaction. And so this is a new funding stream with, you know, with stringent guidelines. There is a lot of flexibility in there, but based on the conversations of supporting shelter activities, we felt it was best to use these dollars towards that, as well as some capacity building to align with the council's desire to work with contractors, to monitor contracts, to report out on grants, and to, quite frankly, secure more. Working with, you know, with our grant writing consultant, there's still the time that goes into working with them and giving them the information they need. So, you know, if we're really getting into this line of work more, you know, and that's what these funds are designed for. That was a thought process behind that.
No, absolutely agree. In terms of I'm not trying to move or change the design of the application or how the funds are currently allocated. I'm looking at, can we provide an in-kind contribute? Can the city provide an in-kind contribution to provide additional support? And I know that when you write a grant, there are outcome measures associated with the money assigned, but it doesn't prohibit us from providing in-kind contribution in order to support or provide additional direct services to our community.
Yeah,
So I'm talking outside of the grant.
Yeah, I mean, that is up to the council. What I would almost recommend is that we have staff bring forward what is agreed upon here with council, and as part of the budget, that we look into if that's a priority of the council to move forward, allow them to get started so they definitely know the areas that they need support in, and to move forward at that time at the budget talks.
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you that are here. I'm always happy to see you because I know you're being taken care of. You're in a safe place. You know, we all know it wasn't very long ago that there was not the services there at all. And after a lot of conversations, a lot of work, and a lot of people trying to figure out how to make this thing work, we did. And it's been successful. It's nowhere near where we need to be, no doubt about it. But the key to this is our partnerships. The county is our partner on this. And we did allocate in the past, we were trying to allocate a couple $100,000 additional dollars. But unfortunately, at that time, there were some issues on the county side to match, so we did not move forward. But I have to say right now that the county, especially, I want to give them, I want to thank Supervisor Colin Kosmicki, because he really has been able to turn this thing back around on the county side. So they're making great strides in really getting something, adding additional space and services. And that's really what it comes down to, those services. So I'm looking forward to this year because I know he's been working so hard on the county side. And that's when it comes together to make sure we're providing and having those wraparound services that we need, and we all know it. So we're getting there. It's been a step-by-step process, and knowing where it was at 5-6 years ago, where it's at today, knowing where it's going to be if we stay on this track, I'm pretty excited about what's been brought forward tonight. So thank you all for being here. With that, is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item F1.
Real quick, Mayor, I just want to thank David and Jamila for finding these funds to bring this forward for our
And
community.
absolutely. Great job, guys. Great
Thank
job.
you.
Item F1.
Good evening, Council. The item before you, staff is seeking approval of our sanitary sewer management plan update, which is required every 5 years by state law. And part of that update, or that requirement, is that we give a presentation to you so you're well informed of it. So staff is asking to receive that presentation and the update, and then to adopt that update. And then to provide the presentation, Bill Callahan from Wallace Group will provide that.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pardon me. Happy to be here to present this item tonight. We can have the PowerPoint. Okay.
Paul's putting up right now.
Thanks. Perfect. Uh-oh. It's over there on the far left. One, there you go, the brown one. There we go. Again, my name is Bill Callahan, Wallace Group. We assisted the city to update the sewer system management plan. Just general overview of what we'll discuss in this brief presentation are the different elements of the sewer system management plan. And then we'll also briefly talk about new requirements, waste discharge requirements anticipated for adoption in 2022, just to kind of keep everybody informed on what is anticipated in the coming year. So sewer system management plans, why do we have these? California Water Code and Federal Clean Water Act require it. What is it? It's a plan and schedule to properly manage and maintain your sanitary sewer system. It's a living document. You're supposed to, the board or the regional board expects you to develop a plan, implement the plan, document your progress, continuously review the plan, assess its effectiveness, and then update. And the city has been updating their SSMP every 5 years per the state requirements. The state of California goal for a sewer system management plan is the proper operation and maintenance of the system for SSO reduction. SSOs are sanitary sewer overflows. Pretty exciting stuff. So there's 11 elements of the SSMP. The first element is goals, and the goals should be specific to the city system, and they should be measurable. In the updated SSMP, the city's goals are to have less than 5 SSOs per year, with 0 SSOs in the same location over a 2-year period. And the city in the past years has been on track to meet that goal. I'm happy to report. Second goal is to collect and analyze CCTV data, which is video of the sewer, to develop a rehabilitation and replacement program based on the findings of that CCTV data by the end of fiscal year 25-26. The third goal is clean the entire collection system every 3 years. And the fourth goal is to provide NASCO training for 2 wastewater staff to facilitate standardized CCTV analysis of the system. NASCO is a standardized, nationally recognized way to assess defects in sewer pipes. The second element is organization. It requires you to designate a legally responsible official, or LRO, and data submitter to do monthly reports and report sewer spills if they occur. It also assigns SSMP implementation roles and responsibilities. It contains all associated names and contact information for city staff who have SSMP related duties. And it also provides an SSO reporting chain of communication. The third element is legal authority, and the city's SSMP provides legal authorities to prevent illicit discharges for proper, and then secondly, it provides legal authority to provide sewer design and construction standards, access to publicly owned laterals and easements, to limit discharges of fog, fats, oils, and grease, and other debris in the sewer system, and to enforce violations of its sewer municipal code or ordinance. The fourth element is operations and maintenance program, which requires you to have a complete sewer system map and stormwater map, a preventative maintenance program schedule, describe how you're going to implement the plan, and ways to assess these, to assess the success of the plan. It also requires you to have a rehabilitation and replacement plan based on CCTV and other maintenance data with identified funding sources. We talked about CCTV analysis as being one of the city's goals. It also talks about requiring city and contract staff training, which the city does. And it also requires the city to have equipment and replacement part inventories that are comprehensive with vendors and other contractor information. The fifth element is design and performance provisions. It requires the city to have design and construction standards and specifications, which were recently updated in 2019. Also included in those standards are inspection and testing procedures and standards for city sewer assets. Excuse me. The next element is the Overflow Emergency Response Plan, which requires you to develop notification procedures for sewer spills and proper sanitary sewer overflow response. Additionally, the Overflow Emergency Response Plan requires city staff to conduct training, develop and implement emergency operating procedures for sewer response and sewer emergencies, develop procedures for SSO containment and impact mitigation, and also have a water quality monitoring program in the event an SSO reaches a surface water. The next element is FOG, fats, oils, and grease control program. This element requires the city to have a public outreach program, which you do, to identify fog disposal facilities, provide legal authorities to regulate fats, oils, and grease, to identify HMAs or high maintenance areas in the sewer system to clean more regularly to prevent sewer overflows, and other source control measures. Fog has historically, fats, oils, and grease, been an issue for the city, with 66% of SSOs showing fog as a contributing factor between 2010 and 2021. However, it should be noted that recent fog control program efforts have reduced the percentage of SSOs caused by fog over the past 6 years by 30%. So kudos to your staff. The next element is System Evaluation Capacity Assurance Plan. It requires the city to do capacity evaluations for wet and dry weather of the sewer system to ensure that there's proper capacity to convey sewer flows and not cause sewer spills. It requires you to have specific design criteria if you have to upgrade those sewer lines or other portions of the sewer system. Come up with capacity enhancement measures, which are basically CIP projects. Requires you to document a schedule and funding for those projects and track the status of those projects. Generally, that's done through a sewer master plan. The next element is called monitoring, measurement, and program modifications, which requires the city to establish and prioritize SSMP activities, monitor and evaluate SSMP implementation and effectiveness, assess your preventative maintenance program, update the SSMP based on these evaluations, and identify and illustrate SSO or sanitary sewer overflow trends and causes. And the second to last element are SSMP program audits. Under the current regulations, they have to occur a minimum of every 2 years. Report must be kept on file with the sewer system management plan. Your current updated SSMP includes your audit. The purpose of the audit is to evaluate the SSMP and program effectiveness, evaluate the enrollees' compliance and implementation of the plan, identify any deficiencies, and establish a plan and schedule to correct the deficiencies. And the last element is a communication program, which requires regular outreach, reporting to City Council and the public, similar to what we're doing now, opportunity for public input and education, and also communication with any tributary or satellite communication and coordination, so any systems that might be satellite to the city, outside the city limits. I can take any questions that you might have on what I just said. I know I went pretty fast, and then I was just going to briefly go over new requirements that are coming down the pike.
Is there any questions from council? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go back to one of the earliest slides under goals.
Yes.
I was just curious, how or who determined what those city goals would be, and how were they established or determined?
Through discussions with city public works staff, kind of based on general operations and challenges that you have had in the past in your sewer system.
So now have those goals shifted over the course of time? It seems like some of your comments about a reduction in 30%, maybe the goals need to be reevaluated.
I was talking about the 30% was sewer system overflows related to fog, fat cells, and grease.
Right.
And actually, that's a program that the city, in the last, say, 3 to 5 years, implemented, and it's been shown to be effective.
Okay.
So I think I don't know that necessarily needs to be a new goal. I think that the city's making progress in that department.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right. Go ahead
Okay.
and finish up.
Thank you. So there's new waste discharge requirements that are anticipated for adoption December 22. There'll be a bunch of new requirements for legally responsible officials. Those are folks that certify your SSMP and any sewer spill reports. So there's some required certifications for staff in order for them to be a legally responsible official, to have a wastewater treatment plant cert or a collections certification or be a licensed engineer. Audits will be every 3 years instead of every 2, and you'll have to submit those to the state. Currently, you do not have to do that. There's annual reporting requirements that don't really exist right now. And then the 5-year updates for the SSMP are shifting to 6 years, but there's several new portions of that are anticipated. They've overhauled these requirements significantly. They'll require analysis of climate impacts and other threats to the system, operations and capacity. It will require a system resiliency and assessment requirement. It will require the city to report 10-year running system performance analysis, capital improvement funding schedules and financial audit records, adaptive management strategies, and additional requirements for a communication program, which currently do not exist. Again, these are draft waste discharge requirements. They should be codified in December, so we'll see what the exact language is. Any additional questions?
Thank you. Any other questions from anyone?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilmember Morales.
I noticed, kind of like moving forward, the next steps. Our staff, do they have the education and certification needed in the last slide? And then 2, if we don't, what is the plan to get there if we're not already there?
I think that would be easier for staff to answer that question.
Sure.
So at the moment, we don't have any of the Class 2 operators at the moment, but that's something we could do. We do employ a licensed engineer, our city engineer, who could serve in that LRO role. But at the moment, that would be our only path forward if the new WDRs went and were adopted as presented.
What is the plan to kind of get to where we need to be?
Oh, and then also our wastewater treatment plant, their operators are at the right grades, but we are working on seeing where this goes to see that we would have the right capacity for staff. So William and I will be making sure we have all the right staff when needed.
Okay. And then will the job specification reflect the requirements needed?
Correct.
Okay, so is that the case currently, or that will be the case?
That will be the case.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a couple of action plans that, there's items that we need to do in order to get to where we need to be.
Correct.
Okay, and when are we coming back with that information? Or the plan, or?
Yeah, we would wait for the new WDRs to be adopted first by the state, and then when they roll that out, it won't be, have these in place by January. It'll be over time. So we have a nice window there, or should have one.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure that we're prepared, because it takes a while to get job specs changed, do union meet and confer. Hiring has always been challenging for us, so to at least have a plan and move forward towards that, so that if we do have a little bit of time, great, but if we don't, then at least we'll be prepared.
Correct.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, we don't.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move to item F2.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Renee Prowlis, CIP Manager. Tonight before you is Resolution 2022-175, which will reject the bids received and authorize staff to rebid the 2022 citywide slurry seal project. Did you have any questions?
Any questions, council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, we don't, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
5-0. We are at 8:30. Does council like to take a break, or do you guys want to continue going? Yes? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you so much.
Just the acceptance of construction. Well, we couldn't move forward because they had to make that right turn lane. So our engineering department asked us to hold out. They were done. So they're done now. And we have that. Yeah. The focus of that grant was a workout like station area for some of our firefighters to go out there and exercise. There's 4 different elements of art in the park. So we'll do a mural. Yeah, like a fire station. Yes, yes, there will be a wall. There'll be a small large dog park, basketball court, too, because so we only bid on through the existing wall is it kind of is imaginary line going towards Highway 25. We only included that in grant. The other side we thought was for the fire department. And they said they're not going to build anything there, so we're going to expand the park. Yeah. So, but that's it's a city cost at that point. Yeah, so they'll get have a few amenities like they do on the other dog park and the ball. Valley View, the Whale Park, so that I know engineers are working on a study. I think they're going to put crosswalks or yeah, so there will be a wall. The play structure will be closer to, what is that street? Valley View? Yeah, it'll be closer. Yes.
All right, everyone. If we can resume the meeting. We'll now move to item F. Uh-oh. Screen's not coming up. It's all right. You make it look so easy every time. The best.
That is why we all
the best of the
all
best.
appreciate Paul very much.
Exactly. I'll sit there for 5-10 minutes looking at that thing. All right, we're going to move to item F. We did F2, didn't we?
We're on
Yes.
G1.
We're going to G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns,
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Resendez,
Got nothing to report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Perez, Councilmember Morales.
Well, we were supposed to have a business meeting, but I'm not sure what happened, so look forward to working with staff on our next month city ad hoc committee meeting. And I think Rick and I met with our library partners. I'm not sure if it was, I can't remember what week it was, but we did have conversations about kind of the grants and what kind of support they need, so we look forward to having further conversations on that.
Quick question for you. Last time you said there was a really important meeting coming up for 3E. You were going to report, 3CE, you were going to report back on it. What happened on that?
Well, all meetings are important.
Right, but you said there was something important you
No,
were going to talk about.
just every month we have a meeting. I'm happy to go over the report, or I
Yeah,
can send it to Bonnie to post.
just a brief, whatever they said when you were there.
So I was not able to attend that meeting, but
you
I do
weren't?
have a
Okay.
written report.
Well, you could share it with us so we know.
I have to find it.
Okay, later, whenever, email it. I don't have any reports either. We'll go now to item G2, informational reports from City Council. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have only a couple of things. First of all, I would like to know more about what, I don't want to mispronounce his name, but I think it was Anthony Carrillo, and his concerns regarding Prune Street. You know, even if we have to find a temporary solution to a permanent problem to get us and buy us time, it sounds pretty dire out there, and to think about that they've been there for decades and the street has just continued to deteriorate concerns me. So also would like to ask the council through the city manager to schedule a special meeting to discuss the library. I understand that we contribute on an annual basis about $15,000, and my understanding is that the majority of those who use that library are actually City of Hollister residents. I recognize they're also San Benito County residents, but I would like to me, it seems like we probably could and should do more there. And so I would like to really fully understand, and I think it would take a special meeting. I don't think it's something we could push through, or I would want to push through in a standard council meeting.
Councilmember Burns, real quick.
Yes.
Do you want, that might be a really good one for, as our plan, like when we do our goal setting, and, because I think we probably want to figure out the funding that they're getting. I think there's a lot more into it. We could put that as part of one of our topics to go over with the council and get some good history behind it.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. I just don't want to rush to a decision or rush the conversation with all the other business as usual that happens in a regular council meeting, kind of like when we do our development meetings or meetings so far.
Okay.
So, and then the last thing I wanted to bring up was I didn't take and choose to comment during public comment, but I do want to set the record straight that from my perspective, Mayor Velasquez has never spoken on my behalf that I'm aware of, and I don't believe he ever has. And I think that the comment made during public comment was unnecessary, inappropriate, and I'd appreciate it if those kind of comments would not occur during public comment. I know that they will, but the mayor has never spoken on my behalf, so thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I made mention of this at the special meeting. The only thing I would request, since services were today, that we close in memory of previous City of Hollister Mayor Pauline Valdivia. That's it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Perez.
Yes, I was going to suggest that, or ask that we close in Pauline's name, in her honor. She's given a life of service to our community. It's been an honor to work alongside of her and to also attend church with her. The next project meeting presentation, when is that going to happen?
We're going to scratch the date that we asked for October 12th or 13th because we didn't have a quorum, so we are still working on those dates, which is probably going to have to be on a Saturday or a special meeting in the evening.
From my understanding, the date's been pushed back a couple times already?
Correct.
So, you know what, if we want them to bring their presentations, their building plans to us and present them to us, we should do that in somewhat of a timely manner, somewhat. I mean, not that we have to jump to it, but we've had, what, one so far? And how long ago did we implement this?
Well, I mean, we've just recently received another one about 30 days ago, so it's not like they're coming on a regular basis. So, I mean, that's
But you did say that we are I think it was Planning Department was being held back with approving plans because trying to get the gross and net.
Yeah, but that's a different item than the.
Okay, so can we get a secure date to find out when I got people calling me and they're trying to bring it to council.
Okay.
And we're not providing that. And if that's what we want to do, then we should, instead of just letting them talk to each one of us, like people trust us. But I get it. Some people on this council are not trusted. I understand that. So if we have to bring them here, then we have to put those dates available for them to give these presentations.
Yeah.
I also would like to find out what's going on with all of our city buildings, our fire departments, the garage, the parking garage. Do we not have $100,000 waiting to revamp that or to bring that up, or what's going on with that?
Well, I can give a report on that. It's not on the agenda, but I can give you a report on that.
So you don't know?
No, I mean, I know, I'm just saying it's not an agendized item, but I can bring you back a report on that item.
Okay. Yeah, because I see our city buildings, and they're not looking very healthy. They look like they're unmaintained, and I'd like to get a list of all the buildings that we have and have them prioritized in what order we're going to be maintaining our buildings, just like we're doing with our parks. Allendale. I went for a ride through Allendale, and I'd like to know what's going on. There's a lot of courts up there. And at the end of those courts, there's a lot of cliffs that go like down, not up. Most cliffs do go down, unless you're at the bottom. Anyways, but are we just going to have like a curb and a cliff? Or is there going to be some type of barrier that's going to put up there, a rock, or put a sign dead end maybe?
There is a second phase up to the park up there, so I would have to
It's not
go
just
with
the
you.
park, it's everything else. It's the courts.
Okay, I'd have to go back up there and look
Yeah,
at it.
if we
Sorry.
can check to see what's going on with that, because cars can easily go off that edge. And that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. I had some members be concerned about the RV policy, so I'd like to bring that back for review. I didn't see it on the list, so I just want to make sure that it's brought back. Also, if you have any updates on San Benito Street, I think a while back I asked about that it was dangerous crossing the street where 7-Eleven is, and just any updates on the traffic study for that street. And I want to clarify, or think what was trying to be communicated early on during public comment is the utilization of the city logo on campaign materials and videos, basically leading or misleading voters that candidate or the messaging is a representation of the city of Hollister. And an email dated from our city attorney, Mary Lermer, on September the 14th of 2022 clearly states that no candidate shall use the imagery, and it clearly violates the policy. So I think that was part of what was trying to be communicated during public comment. And I'm not exactly sure, other than it has, according to Mary's email, it may result in criminal liability if it's determined by the court that the imagery could mislead voters into believing that the city is endorsing the candidate or otherwise mislead voters regarding the election. So I think that was what was trying to be communicated.
Is that it? Okay, well, thank you very much. I guess that would mean one of the ones running for office is violating the law because she is using the logo of the city. So it's unfortunate that we still have people that come to city council meetings as a way to campaign, and even more unfortunate that they mislead the public with false information time and time and time again. These are people that lost a lawsuit that was made up of just flat out lies to the city and owe the city $27,000. And I'm going to ask, as I always do, because Miss Ellie Salinas spoke up again, and she is one of those people that do owe the money. It's Ellie Salinas and Irma Gonzalez, part of a group that have been doing this for quite a while. Have they paid their bill of $27,000 that they owe the city? Have we hired a collection firm yet to collect those dollars? As we could see, they still come to the meetings and spread the misinformation. So it's time that people know the truth rather than constant misinformation being spread by this group.
Okay, Rick, I'm going to answer your question after I answer this one. So the payment has not been made. We have our risk management pool is working on getting that collection from, but it has not been collected yet.
Thank you.
So sorry to go back to Rick's. I'm concerned we're starting to go on stuff that's not on the agenda, so that's why I had to get clarification. So the Briggs building does have about $100,000 that we are currently using on fixing the gates. The plan is once the Del Curtos are done with their building that we are going to use a lot of those funds to paint that building, so it'll be done at the same time, so that we don't have one building look different than the other or different years of the paint job.
So since he's finishing up that, the reason I was bringing it up too is how can we involve our arts departments or committees to help out with that?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at Tina. So I will have them put that on agenda. Thank you.
And last item, I wanted to say thank you to the staff, all those involved in putting up the new lights around downtown. Really looks sharp. It's something we had planned for quite a while, so I'm glad to see it finally getting accomplished. And great job to all of those involved in that. City Manager.
That's a great. Go ahead.
Turn my mic on. I know that the mayor is really interested in collecting the money, but I think if we're not asking about all of the pending litigation collection items, then it sounds like we are singling or targeting two very specific people. And I am very concerned that this might be considered retaliation if we're not doing it for all and we're just continuously singling retaliation or harassment. So I'm just very concerned about that piece and want to make sure that we are advised as city council, because we really have to look at the city and liability issues when we're asking for these things and continuously talking about them.
I'll work with the city attorney to look into that item.
Well, I would just recap again. I'm absolutely pointing out two people that have knowingly lied. No, not two people, a whole group have knowingly lied, have come here purposely spreading misinformation. And when it finally went to court, the question was very simple. Where is your proof? Well, there is none. That's just not right. And the city, the taxpayers shouldn't be paying bills from attorneys because somebody's spreading lies. They owe this city, they owe the taxpayers the money back for their lies. And the public should know about it. Thank you very much. Go ahead, City Manager.
Still writing my notes, so there you go. Well, back to the appreciation. I wanted to tell the council that last week we did a staff appreciation for all the work that they've done on the 150 through COVID. It was well deserved because they've over those years have done a lot, especially different utility breaks that they've been working tireless nights. There been from when we redid San Benito Street, they were working tireless nights in the rain. So it was a well deserved that they've been shown the appreciation. Also, from the last meeting, I want to correct. I said we had about $60 million worth of the wastewater bonds. Sometimes, as we're working on past years for audits, those numbers get stuck in our head and not looking forward. So currently, our wastewater bond balance is just slightly above $50 million. And then once we do the $5 million defeasance that we wired those monies today, it will be down to $45 million. So I really want to appreciate the council and past councils. And it starts with Pauline. And when I first got on here, that she was a big supporter. And I want to thank the council for helping us get from $120 million down to $45 million. And hopefully we can pay off some more in the next couple of years. So, and that's all I want to conclude with.
Well, that's even better news, sir.
Yeah.
City Attorney?
I have nothing to report.
Chief?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to advise the council that we're doing the beard for October. It's not that I forgot to shave. We're doing the fundraiser annually for October, also the pink patches. So if you see our officers wearing pink patches, it means they paid to get a donation for that. And proceeds go to help in our community this year. And I also wanted to let you know that we did, again, get an OTS grant for traffic enforcement. The press release is going to be coming out soon. And we're allocated up to $70,000 in equipment and overtime for the next fiscal year. So
great job, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
No report.
Thank you very much. So now we will move to item G4.
Sorry.
Or do we have?
The fire chief was going to come up
Oh.
real quick, and it was some great news also.
Okay.
Evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Today, the fire department received or took into possession a 2022 Rosenbauer Type 1 fire engine. That's your structure fire engine. We got it today at around 1 o'clock, and we're going to be putting it into service within the next few weeks. We're waiting for all of the equipment to come in. There's going to be a little bit of training, and it'll be deployed out of Station 3 at the airport. That concludes my report out.
Excellent. Excellent. Do you want to talk about the grant also that we did get while you're up there?
Well, as a matter of fact, I can. So we just received grant. We got the funding for it. I'm going to report out to the county, and what it is it's taking care of vegetation management. So some of the more high-risk areas, Cienega Loop, where we have all of our wineries and Thousand Trails, and up and down San Juan Canyon, where we have Fremont's Peak and some of the other parks up there. So concentrating on those areas, high risk, high potential for valuation loss, and that should be taking place in the middle of the next year. Yeah. So
Thank
now
you,
that's
sir.
all I have.
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move now to item G4.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we'll be providing you with a report on the status of the City of Hollister Low Interest Business Loan Program. Me or you? Oh, thank you.
Hey.
Thank you. Okay, so the low interest business loan program was adopted at the May 2nd City Council meeting when staff received direction to establish this loan that would be for restaurants, commercial, and non-kitchen businesses, as well as for ADA upgrades. The program is available for all eligible businesses that are going to be located in the downtown district area of the city. And the idea of the program is that it's designed to stimulate economic growth, increase the vibrancy of the downtown area, and as well as create jobs that improve the living conditions of our residents. So the program guidelines, as we mentioned, it's for low interest businesses such as restaurants, or other commercial businesses that do not contain a kitchen. The city would provide this loan for 15 years at a 2% interest rate. And as we mentioned before, it has to be in the downtown area in order to qualify. And we had allocated the $2 million from the ARPA funding to the general fund. And that would, again, cover the loan along with the ADA improvements, sidewalk repairs, all of that. So the amounts would be for restaurants with a kitchen for a $150,000 loan, and any other business, such as retail, would be $50,000 loan. To be eligible for the loan, it would have to be a new startup business, must open in the downtown, and if you are a tenant of the property, you have to have the property owner sign off in order to be funded. And I believe that was a request that was done by council. And of course, they're also required to fill out the documentation, such as the business loan application, the business plan, provide all copies of their licenses, permits, cash flow projections, and then also a copy of their credit report. So as far as advertisement, we've had such advertising go in English and Spanish. We've advertised it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. The San Benito County Chamber also created a newsletter. And then this has also been advertised at the Business Council meetings. We've also met with Cal Coastal, who has been helping also to spread that information to any people that might be interested in the program. And we also have met individually with downtown businesses that are looking to either expand or come into the area. So as of last Monday, we have received a total of 12 inquiries on the program. Currently, we have 2 businesses that have submitted all the required information, and we can say that they're pre-qualified. The issue that we're running into is that we can't get the property owners to agree to sign off on the loan. So we have looked into, with the city attorney,
considering the UCC filings, which would be filed with the Secretary of State. And then we've also have had several interested businesses that we've known that they're already vested into opening up a business because they've already started getting the property and already adding improvements. So having this loan would just be that extra push that they need in order to open up. And that's all we have. We're just kind of looking for direction on if you guys would be willing to maybe eliminate the fact that there has to be a co-signer from the property owner, or if you guys are open to any other alternatives.
Interesting. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what does that mean, UCC filings?
So we're just looking into that currently, but I believe they put, like, for example, if it's like a commercial kitchen or stuff, they could put a lien on that, those items, and then Jennifer can expand.
Yeah, and I'm not an expert. I did look into this with our public finance team at the firm, who are more experts in this area. But and it's not quite a lien, but there is a filing that the city could do with the Secretary of State that would essentially, I think it serves more of like a notification that this property has a loan existing, or this property owner or this business has a loan existing with the city. And I would have, if this is something that you're interested in pursuing, I can certainly provide much more detailed information about how it would protect the city. But it's something that, my colleagues have used and seen used to serve as essentially like a collateral protection for this kind of a loan.
Okay, and I just want to point out, for sake of transparency, I had a conversation with my friend Raul, aka Mr. Manjas, about this, so the public's aware. Then I spoke to the city manager about it. I wanted to speak to you, and I hate to put you on the spot and ask you these questions, but those were my concerns. Is we want to do anything and everything we can to help our business owners, especially these new up and coming business owners or people that want to add something different to our downtown. 1,000,000% for it, but we also have to protect our vested interests. So that's what I'm mostly concerned about. And this sounds like this is an avenue that we could probably explore that will do that. I'm just wondering, if somebody defaults on the loan, what are we going to do with all of this kitchenware, whatnot? I would imagine we'd probably sell it like we do with all of the other things that we get. But anyhow, those are my number one concerns. Whatever we can do to help our business owners, especially during these times. And then at the same time, we need to protect our vested interests there. So that's my number one concern. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Burns, your hand's up.
Thank you, Mayor. So you said we had a total of 12 people that have applied in 5 months or so now?
Yeah, so it's 12 inquiries. Some of them have submitted like the initial documentation of the loan, but they haven't, let's say, submitted their business plan or their cash flow projections. But as of right now, we have 2 that have completed everything.
Okay, and so you're the staff person assigned to this project?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Voluntold, I like that a lot. So I'm wondering if we would benefit by maybe as a city having an ombuds person that could help, because maybe it's a bigger challenge, because 12 in 5 months for that kind of money is of a concern to me. I would have thought there would be people flocking to this. And so maybe the other alternative would be to open it up beyond the downtown to, we've got $2 million. I would be beating down the door. And so the other thing that concerns me is when you said property owners sign off to be funded, what does that essentially mean?
Well, I can add.
Okay.
So we are at, or the direction we got from council, our understanding was that the business or the new business coming in would sign off on that they're responsible for the loan, and that the building owner also had to sign off saying that they'll be responsible for a loan if the business owner defaults because they have the improvements. The issue, I've talked to a building owner, and what they said is, look, I'm an asset holder. What happens when that restaurant leaves in 5 years and now I've got somebody that wants to rent it for a different purpose, and now I can't because there's a kitchen in there, and what I really need to do is be able to rip it out. They're not going to put themselves in that risk of not being able to rent their building out unless they get somebody that would put in a long-term lease or some other financial interest.
Right.
So that was their issues, that they would never sign off on something like this.
I get it, and we know that unfortunately many businesses will fail. It's just part of the process. So maybe we as a council need to re-look at this, and I think I was probably one that was leading the charge for that. And so we've tried. We've gone 5 or so months, and we've not been successful to this point. And so I think maybe we need to look at other alternative forms of collateral from the business owner versus the property owner. And maybe we don't loan money towards construction as much as equipment. I'm encouraged by what I've heard our city attorney say. And maybe, if the loan goes into default, we are the actual owners of the equipment, so at least there's some recoverable. And I would assume if they default in the loan, we could pursue that as well if they were to go bankrupt, but I know where that usually ends. And so, but again, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we entice some of the property owners too to do facades downtown, some painting, some. I've driven downtown and we're celebrating it a lot, but I've seen some buildings that are looking rather worn down as well, and for some reason there seem to be plenty of vacants that appear to me as I drive by. And so maybe the applicant, if they have a form of collateral, whether they own a home, whether they own cars, whether they have another successful business that they would put up as collateral. I don't know. I just think we need to find a way to move this forward. And it's not for a lack of trying by staff. It's clear to me in that regard. But we need to find a way to get to yes, in my opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Good comment.
And to add to that, we actually are doing that. So some of them have either put, if they own a home, as their collateral. If they have a second business, they have put it as collateral as well.
That works for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, the big issue right now has been getting the building owner to sign off, unless they own the building.
Right, and I get that. I don't know that I would either, particularly when I hear comments like if we put a commercial kitchen in, there's going to be some structural work that has to be done. And if the next person in doesn't want to be a restaurant or need a commercial kitchen, well, I understand that the equipment alone can be very expensive, but the construction as well could be very expensive. And frankly, at the end of the day, if we've got collateral, I really don't care what they do with it as long as they pay it back and they're succeeding.
Councilmember Morales, you had a comment?
Yes. So, Rick and I have been talking to a lot of business through our ad hoc committee, and yes, so that was the number one concern. Well, let me back up a little bit. So as a result of the various conversations we had, we asked the city staff, so on item number 23, on September the 6th, 2022, we asked the city manager to update the program and to make more business eligible to receive loans. So that was something that we brought forth. And some of the comments at that time, early September, were that, one, that wasn't a priority in terms of need. Two, there was a lot of confusion about the application process. Three, that a lot of the owners would not sign off on it. And so that was a really huge hardship. And then other things were like, when there's gaps that the intention of this loan program, again, doesn't necessarily meet their needs. Sometimes their need may not be assets or construction. It might be employee costs to tie them down over, the highs and lows. And so the ask at the time, again, September the 6th, was to go back and make this a little bit more open so that there's the ability for business owners to kind of prioritize their needs and then be able to have some flexibility so that they can start a business, because a lot of them are just waiting for that opportunity. And so the restrictions did not meet our business needs, and they articulated that. And so we asked at the time to make this more flexible, more open, and not just the line items that we asked, but just make it open so that people can say, this is what I need this time, and then we can have the committee evaluate whether that's legitimate, and then how do we then work with our businesses to be able to provide the collateral for the accountability?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why this item is back is council give us direction. It was asked, how is the loan program working, and is there any changes? In fact, I think one of the recommendations or requests was to help businesses go green. But this is a policy of the council where, like I say, setting the collateral or the requirement of the building owner to sign off. This is up to council how they want to change this program.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to still play out of Mr. Councilman Burns' playbook. According to my dirty math, 12
here we go.
times 150. Let's assume everybody's taking out 150. That's $1.8 million. So I am not necessarily sold on opening to everybody. I really think that we should keep it for downtown because I think we're getting close there. Let's just pretend everybody gets 150, right? So I think if we open the floodgates, it could be problematic, and then we're going to leave people from downtown out of that opportunity. So I would stay focused on that. Number two, again, from Councilmember Burns, he brought up a great concern or question. How do we recoup the cost of ADA requirements? How do we recoup the cost of sidewalk improvements? We can't. And the people that are going to get the benefits of that are the building owners. So I'm definitely interested in looking at, I don't know how you say this, I guess reorganizing or readjusting or reevaluating the program to benefit the needs of the business owners. But we have to be realistic about those types of things, right? We're not going to go in there and make these bathrooms ADA compliant. We're not going to go in there and make these sidewalks ADA compliant when we cannot recoup the cost of those things. I'd rather get kitchen equipment. I'd rather get ovens. I'd rather, put it towards things that we can recoup the cost of, if that makes sense. If the business owners are willing to sign on, then that's a different story. But it doesn't sound like that's something that we're hearing. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you so much.
So, I've been in contact with a few of the applicants. Getting the owners, that's not working. I think there's a couple of things to keep in mind. One is, yes, we need to protect our investment from the city. And just real quick with that, anyone have a problem with sidewalk? Give me a call. We have plenty of money for sidewalks. We don't need to loan money for you to fix your sidewalk that belongs to us. So, one of my big things is, what does 150 get to you? $150,000, that's a lot of money. But when you're doing a restaurant, it's like, it's not that much money. Yeah, we got 12 potential. And you know what? And if we're going to count those ones as taking $150,000, then we need to give it to them instead of just saying, let's pretend. Because there's no pretending here. I know that there's some restaurant owners here that have been really waiting for us to get our stuff together. And you know what? Those are the kind of companies that are going to succeed. All the companies that, all the restaurants, they're all restaurants pretty much, almost. So if we're going to keep if we want to make this open up for more people, yes, it's going to benefit more businesses. We need to do it in a timely manner also, unless the ones that do qualify for this 150 and get their landlord to go in on it or are allowed to put up their house or their other business, but we can't stop the money flow. The money flow is what's stopping us from growing. It's stopping them from growing, and when you guys stop growing, we stop growing. So we need to, if we could, find a solution as soon as possible. The timing is everything. It's like we've had 12 inquiries. Where's everybody at? It's like, I think we need to raise the limit, the 150. I think we need to raise it to more, because what are we going to do? Sit with the money? Someone else needs the money. Let's let them use it. Let's help our community.
Thank you. I'm surprised that building owners are not participating, because it's really their asset. At the end of the day, they're the ones to gain. I'm kind of concerned of you guys that you're protecting yourselves in long-term leases if you don't own the buildings, because that to me tells me the warning signs of a building owner is smart enough to know the value of those things. If you don't have a long-term lease there, that they might have you do all the work and then say, well, you know, I've changed my direction and raising your lease way up there and kicking you out because I have a new person, so be careful. I think it's disappointing to hear that building owners that have the most to gain out of this because they're going to have tenants. I mean, it's not cheap to do this. It's very expensive. But I think Mr. Burns really had a good point. It's, you know, you're securing the equipment. That's what the filings are about, to make sure they can get there, get it in, and in case something happens, at least if the building owner wanted them out for some reason, he can't just take this and say, oh, you know, now it's all mine, or unless he has a new tenant that's going to pay the remainder of the loan. So it's not easy, and I'm thinking maybe it's the problem. I don't know if who applied or not, but I think, you know, the application talked about business plan and so on. That might be the daunting part, where they can get some help with Galvin College. They have the small business program to help build that and understand the kind of the paperwork that goes behind that. So that way, starting your business, you have a better chance of success, because a lot of times people will start a business not understanding the true costs of running a business, and then you're in trouble within 6 months. I mean, you really have to look at how you're going to run your business for, you know, the saying is 2 years, but really, how do you get through the first year? So if we can find a way to get the money to them, secure it, and if the building owners don't want to participate, well, then we'll find a way to, hate to say it, take the equipment back. I'd rather have it there for the next person, because that's what's going to happen. The building owner is going to find another tenant and lease it out. So that's what we want to do. And I agree with both Mr. Burns and Mr. Resendez on their ideas of, you know, keeping focused, securing it. The UCC is a good way to go about securing equipment. You can't pay for a complete remodel, and I hear this a lot from small business owners of, well, why do they want me to fix the bathroom? Why do they want me to have a sink there? These are the rules of the state. There are certain codes that have to be met, and it's important for people to understand that going in, because then you can figure out your true cost of starting that business. And then we should be able to help in any way we can to understand those rules up front to make it more realistic to do the project. Because sometimes people get further in than they should, and they can find ways to save money getting into the whole project. But I think the numbers are fair. I'm disappointed again with the building owners not wanting to be part of that. But let's help them get going. I'm sure they'll succeed if they can get that start. So, go ahead.
Well, can I get kind of a consensus or direction? It does sound like
Public comment?
Oh, public comment too. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get to that part. Okay, who do we have? Speakers?
I have a card here for Priscilla and Mike Jones. I don't know if they want to speak together or separately. Okay.
Take your time. You got 3 minutes.
All right.
And if you want to take 2 people, that's more time.
That's what it's happening. This is not hard, but hi, we're the
Pro-level
owners
tip.
of Churros. We are downtown. Our building is the building that we just worked with the Arts Council to put that mural up. So we're already doing things for the community, and we're not open yet. Our concern with the loan, and we do thank you all for opening this program up, we appreciate it, is not the issue with the owner because we own our building. The issue is that the money is not enough for the renovations that we need as a commercial kitchen. A hood and ansel system alone is taking up that $150,000, and our building needs a lot more than that. Realistically, $300,000, and we've put a lot of our own money into this as well. It's not us coming to the city like, hey, pay for the whole thing. We've put a substantial amount into the build out. It's just that we are afraid if we move forward. We are one of the 12 that submitted an interest card, but if we move forward, we might mess up the chance for us to go to the bank to get the rest of the TIs. And if we do that, we're not going to open. We're going to sit with the new hood and Ansel system and be stuck with the $150,000 loan now that we can't get the rest of the renovations done.
Yeah, so that's kind of the position that we're in. We appreciate it, but that won't get us to the finish line. So we respectfully ask if you guys can maybe take a look into it and see maybe it can be a business by business basis and what the business needs are. Because I know other businesses, they have different needs than what we have. And we invested in the building because we wanted to invest in Hollister. So
into downtown.
Into downtown, so that
we do a lot for the community, and we plan on continuing to do that. With that building being there, we've given Bulldog Boxing a home until they could get on their feet. So it's a lot more to us than just opening a restaurant and making money. Our business will bring about 20 to 25 jobs to the city, easily. Yeah. But we can't get there with 150,000. It's just realistically not going to happen. Our contractor's ready to go. Yeah. The city has the plans. They're just waiting on one correction that should be coming in soon.
With the structural. Yeah.
With the structural, which was already signed off by an engineer. So as soon as that comes in and we get this funding, contractor said he'll be good in 3.5 months. So we could potentially open up our doors by the beginning of the year.
Yeah. If everything goes well. But
it's the funding. For a small business, we're a startup, like hustle and grind startup from the ground up. Yeah. So every little bit really will help us. So it's just, if you could consider case by case, giving a little bit more to the businesses that need it, we can provide all the documents, then I think it would be beneficial.
Yeah, it'll take us to the finish line to get up and get started.
I'm sure there's other businesses that would probably say the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's it. Thank you.
Edgar Mayorka.
Good evening, guys. First of all, thank you guys for the opportunity for this loan. My name is Edgar, my wife Diana, my beautiful baby girl over there too. We're Café con Leche. We just opened our coffee shop down the street on 4th Street in Monterey, across from the courthouse. We came up from the bottom. The little trailer, you saw the little trailer on Highway 25. We helped out the community a lot. And then we did everything ourselves. Our landlord is Mr. B. We put every renovation, everything that is in the shop, we put it ourselves, our hard work. We believe that we are doing good, but with this loan, like they said, this is a different applicant. We already submitted the business plan, the cash flow, everything needed for you guys to approve. The only thing is the owner of the property won't approve. He won't even approve his family to co-sign for a loan. So by that said, we are putting our house as collateral. Our equity is even greater than 150,000. So that's like you guys' sake, right? You guys worry about the money. The money's there. I don't want to do anything with my house, but I'll put it in collateral for the funding, just for us to pay everything or our debt and all the profits coming in, and we'll see more revenue. At the moment, we have 4 employees, and we are doing good. God willing, we're doing good. And with this, we just need the approval from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a splendid place.
Raul Escalino. I'm sorry.
Escalino, no worries.
I tried.
Mayor, Congress, hoy nomás. Council members. Anyways, a lot of what they said, I agree. I know there's been 12 applicants. The difference is, out of the 12, maybe just to kind of make it like they said, like a person-to-person basis. Like, I'm not a hater. I don't mind if they get more. It is, they need it. You know what I mean? And what we're trying to do is upgrade the downtown area. That's what we want. As I can see, that's You know, many years ago, they asked me, would you ever go downtown? No, looked like TJ. But now it's like, you know what? I'm willing to even bring manjas downtown. That's how much I believe in what's going to happen. I know a lot of the thing and a lot of the worry is, are we going to get paid back? But why not think about it like, you know what? These guys got it. It's going to be successful. We're going to keep people here instead of going to Monterey, to Morgan Hill, to San Jose, because my vision is bigger than that. You know, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I'm going to open up a restaurant that's going to be successful. It's going to be popping. It's going to be happening. Women will go there and feel respected, and men will go in there and feel respected, or anybody that wants to go in there will feel respected. And that's what I think the important thing is. Downtown gets a little sloppy sometimes, but you know what? As we add more businesses, we kind of elevate the atmosphere. We kind of make it a little bit more family oriented and stuff like that. I have put my other business as collateral. I don't owe the bank nothing for Manja. I paid that off $120,000 in 1 year, cash. Here you go to the person that loaned it to me. But of course, now I have put a lot into this building. I've been there waiting for almost 2 years. I'm a year and a half into waiting for the city to approve permits, for, you know, get them back, send it back, get them back, send it back. I have invested a lot of my own money. I really don't need help with the construction part. I need help with working capital, which is, I would really like it if you guys remove the landlord, because let's all be honest here. Once businesses like ours get up and rolling, they're going to be successful. People are going to get popping. And now it's just really a matter of maybe going through the list of, okay, is this guy's plan enough? Because I know a lot of people say, you know, the whole plan and to present the plan, it was difficult and stuff like that. Well, actually, I paid my bookkeeper, my accountant, to do it for me, because I said, hey, look, bro, you know my numbers better than I do. Go ahead and do what you got to do and show me this. And so, you know, that means that I took initiative and I paid someone to help me do something. It's not just like I'm in my mom's basement. It's like, okay, you know what, dude, I'm going to open up something cool because the city of Hollister is going to just give me the money. No, you know, we're all putting in everything we have. I'm putting collateral. I'm putting vehicles that I own. I'm putting all of the equipment I own. I'm putting, you know, personal assets that I have in order to get this going. So all we ask, I know not all of us, but I know two of us ask, if you guys were to remove the landlord right now, that two of us can get started and get this thing going. I'm not saying I need the money to get this opened now and open up with a big bang. You know, the outdoor patio, I want to provide that. I don't want to have to open a couple of days and then use that money to open it. If I get the money now, I can, boom, open up with a big bang and make it even more successful than what I.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That was the last speaker
That's it.
card.
Okay. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So, again, I guess for the city attorney, in one instance, I've heard that there's a ask of greater, and the people actually own or have bought the building, and so I would assume in that case we could actually record a second on the property, and that may, I don't know what the terms of the loan were, you know, but at least it would put us in line. And so, is my thinking on point?
Yeah, so they're the property owner and business owner, and you would, record a lien on the property. That's certainly a possibility. I don't know the steps you'd have to take. I'd
Right.
have to look into that, but it's an option.
Right. And again, I think that's probably going to protect the city as good as anything. And so, I think we do remove the approval of the property owner as far as being on the hook for the second or for the loan. You know, it seems like that's the big obstruction. And so, again, I've heard testimony that we got two that are golden, ready to go. You know, we need to get to yes. Maybe that will create a flow to move forward. And if we can use Councilmember Resendez's dirty math, you know, I'm good with holding with downtown, but if we're having a light conversation in a year, maybe we do need to open up citywide. And, you know, if we have successful businesses, that breeds success, and there's revenue that's actually generated for the city in that regard as well. And so I'm 100% behind removing the requirement of the property owner to sign off on the second or the loan. I just think it's an obstruction that we've tried, And I know we've done other things since I've been on council where we've really maybe over-prescribed or regulated things and they failed, and this is just an example where we need to redirect and move forward. So I certainly support all of the businesses. I am open to a larger amount of money if there's a way to secure it through a second. Again, I mean, what have we got to lose? I recognize there's money, but I'm willing to invest in the business's successes. Thank you.
Maybe a suggestion is for the additional amount, we'll bring those loan requests on a case-by-case basis to council.
I think that makes perfect sense. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Everything that he said, 100% in support of removing it as long as we're protected. Definitely not opposed to increasing the amount, bringing them as a case-by-case basis as long as we're protected financially, either whether it's a second or whether it's the UCC filings. And I'm also in favor of getting this rolled out as quickly as we can, because I have faith in our community, not only the residents that are going to come shop downtown, but the business owners. Yeah, so looking forward to seeing that come through. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you know what? I don't know if it's just because I'm getting older, but it's like I see you three businesses, and I see you guys out there, and it makes my heart smile. Because I see you not just doing it as a single person, you're doing it as families. You know, I see your kids, and it's like, that's what's building our community. You guys might be building a business, but you're really building our community. And you know what? I thank you for that, because it's your models of businesses that make America's what it is. So thank you guys. And I support case by case, get it done as soon as possible. Whatever we have to do to make it work, make it work. Yeah, thanks for giving my heart a smile.
I agree with your comments, Mr. Burns. If you're going to be able to secure it, you know, and the building owner's not, well, in this case, one of them is a building owner, so that's even better. But you know, if you can secure it, I get it, and get moving on it. So but I still think a lot of times is the smaller ones, they need some help getting through those first stages so they can make it there. I think we have to be careful. We can't overdo it. We can't promise the world because we can't afford it. I mean, at the end of the day, if we do that, we're shutting out others too. So this is all about giving a helping hand to get started. Go too far, we might kind of backfire on us here. So we want to make sure we're securing it, and so we can remember the goal here was get the first one started so we get the next one started, and that's what we've been trying to do here. So I agree with Mr. Burns and Mr. Resendez. If we can secure it, we can work through it case by case. Absolutely. Okay. We went through speakers. Okay. Is that the consensus?
We have our direction.
Case by case, and we can go from there. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item H.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Rest of that in tonight.
H.
Yeah, it's ready to go.
H.
H is just if you have any
If we have any
questions or
questions, H one.
additions to it.
Yeah.
That's not.
IJK, there's nothing. Tonight we're going to adjourn in memory of former Mayor Pauline Valdivia. Pauline was part of this council for 16 years. Tim, you worked with her for quite a while. I had the honor of being up here with her also. Extremely dedicated person to our community. Never, that I know of, thought about herself first. It was always about others. And it's just a continuing love to help others. And she was here in those tough times, and we made some very tough decisions. But she still found a way to make sure our seniors were covered and taken care of. And I can remember those conversations of we need to do this and do it in a way that really helps our community. So I was honored just to know her. That's all I can say. I was just honored just to know her. I can never match up to who she was as a person. I can tell you that right now, and I think most of us can agree. That is a person that committed her life to the betterment of others. And there's very, very few, and I was proud to know Mayor Pauline Valdivia. Anybody else want to say any words?
I'd like to see if we can get a consensus from staff. I don't know if we can, if this is even legal, but, or for next time, to get a lifetime achievement recognition. I don't know what kind of certificates we have, but she, like the mayor said, she went way above and way beyond to service our community.
We'll work with staff and city attorney. We'll come up with something.
Mr. Resendez?
Thank you. So before I was a councilman, I came up and I asked the council to help me with an art project that I was doing downtown. Mayor Pauline Valdivia was here for that. As a council member, she served for a planning commissioner for District 2 for a number of years. And I also had several conversations with her about what she was most dedicated to, I think, in her final years was Jóvenes de Antaño. So it was a pleasure knowing her. Her family, I'm sure everybody, the entire community, has got them and their thoughts and their prayers. And I have no doubt that she had a beautiful service today. So, yeah, those are my thoughts. And it was an honor getting to know her, getting to speak to her, and getting to work with her, and having someone like that truly, genuinely represent our city, as the mayor said, for the city's interest.
Thank you. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd actually like staff to maybe look at possibly either naming or renaming one of our parks or
Community
park
center.
or a minimum of street to go along. I mean, she was iconic.
Yeah, we'll
So,
find something.
thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Record.